Presento il nostro presidente di TEA, Ghizzi, lo invito qua al podio per i saluti.
Grazie a tutti voi, benvenuti nella nostra bellissima città. È un grande piacere per il sottoscritto, a nome del nostro gruppo, del gruppo TEA, darvi il benvenuto. È da diversi mesi che stiamo organizzando questo importante meeting, questa importante Assemblea europea, e penso che la vostra qualificata presenza giustifichi l'impegno che tutti noi abbiamo dedicato a questa giornata. Poche parole per presentare la società che presiedo. Il gruppo TEA è la multi-utility più importante della nostra provincia, ci occupiamo quotidianamente dei servizi essenziali per le persone e anche per le imprese, dall'energia all'ambiente, all'acqua e naturalmente al fine vita. La nostra storia ha radici lontane. TEA nacque nel 1864 e oggi siamo, lo dicevo prima, un gruppo industriale partecipato da tutti i comuni della provincia di Mantova, profondamente radicato al proprio territorio di vocazione. Tra i servizi che curiamo, come ho ricordato, c'è anche il comparto del fine vita. Mantova vanta un cimitero monumentale suggestivo e la città ha antiche tradizioni legate alla scelta cremazionista, che hanno impresso un insegno indelebile, ma anche una caratteristica molto importante all'interno del perimetro cerimetrale. Naturalmente poi passerò la parola a Simona Sogliali, la nostra funzionaria, che illustrerà meglio quanto appena esposto. Da sempre, pertanto, lavoriamo perché i cimiteri vengano vissuti come luoghi di memoria e di bellezza in cui riconoscersi. Un impegno che va al pari passo con le attività operative dei siti che abbiamo in gestione, non solo il Monumentale di Mantova. Efficienza, infatti, e qualità delle nostre prestazioni sono al centro delle nostre attività, ma anche sensibilità, ricerca e cura per le storie che quelle lapidi e quelle pietre rappresentano per tutti noi. Altri prima di me hanno scritto che la nostra memoria è al di fuori di noi e dovunque può capitare che si ridesti, che facendoci rivivere spesso il nostro passato migliore. Si tratta di un'esperienza che capita sempre quando camminiamo nella quiete cimiteriale. Si tratta di un dono, anche se talvolta è malinconico. Da qui il nostro obiettivo, garantire il dono, l'eredità alle generazioni che verranno, un obiettivo di sostenibilità anche in questo senso, che ci impone di ragionare sui profondi cambiamenti in atto, sulle diverse abitudini ed esigenze della nostra comunità, sull'innovazione applicata con intelligenza ad una nuova fruibilità degli spazi e al loro mantenimento, non solo in termini conservativi, ma con una visione prospettica e aperta alla vita. Pensare ai cimiteri del futuro, titolo del nostro convegno, per il nostro gruppo, per TEA, è tutto questo. Buon lavoro.
Grazie Presidente. E i saluti istituzionali per il Comune di Mantova. Chiamo l'assessore al welfare Andrea Caprini.
Grazie, buongiorno a tutti e benvenuti. Lo dico soprattutto per gli ospiti internazionali che vengono nella nostra città. Saluto naturalmente il Presidente di TEA, che ringrazio per aver organizzato questo appuntamento. Saluto la Presidente di ASCE, Lidia, e porto i saluti naturalmente dell'amministrazione comunale e del sindaco di Mantova. Rimarcando, così, come avete potuto già intuire nel video che vi abbiamo mostrato in apertura, come comunque siamo in una città che ha un ricchissimo patrimonio culturale a tutto tondo e di cui sicuramente anche il nostro cimitero monumentale fa parte, e io credo anche che sia una ottima occasione, l'occasione che avete costruito oggi, e ringrazio e saluto naturalmente anche tutti gli ospiti che vi partecipano e che poi faranno le relazioni durante il convegno. Un'ottima occasione anche per riflettere davvero su quello che vogliamo che continuino a essere e che possiamo immaginare che possano essere per il nostro futuro questi luoghi in cui naturalmente si custodisce la memoria, ma che diventano a tutti gli effetti parte del patrimonio culturale delle nostre comunità. Anche venendo, credo che tutti possiamo confermare questa cosa, anche venendo da un'esperienza, mi riferisco naturalmente alla pandemia, al Covid, che sicuramente ha segnato in profondità anche, purtroppo per i limiti che ha imposto nell'impedirci di salutare come avremmo voluto persone a noi care, o nell'impedirci di poterle andare magari a salutare, a trovare, a visitare. Ecco, anche questi aspetti che ci hanno toccato tutti nel profondo credo che possano essere comunque spunti e motivi di riflessione per guardare a quello che vogliamo che continuino a essere, possano diventare i nostri cimiteri nel futuro, tenendo presenti, come già anticipava il Presidente di TEA, tutti quegli aspetti che sono gestionali, urbanistici, architettonici, di sostenibilità, di implementazione. La nostra situazione è proprio quella di avere, ma immagino che sia comunque una situazione diffusa, quella di avere una piccola città dentro una città, perché il nostro cimitero monumentale di Mantova, poi con alcuni diciamo altri più piccoli satelliti in altri quartieri della città, però sicuramente è una piccola città all'interno della città e come tale va custodita, va valorizzata, ma è sicuramente un luogo in cui tutti i cittadini mantovani passano, entrano, lo frequentano e quindi deve rappresentare a tutti gli effetti quello che vogliamo che sia comunque anche l'immagine pubblica della nostra città. Quindi un luogo assolutamente prezioso per la comunità e credo che siate anche qui per riconoscere questo ruolo e questa importanza che i cimiteri monumentali hanno per tutti noi e chiudo sapendo bene che fanno parte della nostra cultura, della cultura europea e siete qui anche per questo. Grazie quindi a tutti, grazie agli ospiti e buon lavoro a tutti voi. Grazie.
Ringrazio l'assessore, lascio la parola alla presidentessa Lidia.
Thank you very much. So, distinguished guests, dear President of TEA, dear Deputy Mayor of Mantova, dear members of Steering Committee, dear delegated members of Steering Committee, dear members of Association of Significant Cemeteries in Europe, dear host, dear distinguished guests and estimated colleagues, I would like to express my warm welcome you, everyone, being here. So I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to each and every one of you as we embark on this grand conference. It is with great pride and joy that I stand before you today, reflecting on the remarkable journey that has brought us here. Our general meeting allowed us to reflect on past years' achievements and set our course for the future, thanks to the dedication and dedicated involvement of our members. Now, as we transition to the conference, we look forward to the enlightening discussion and enlightening lectures and the wealth of knowledge that will be shared here. I'm confident that the insight gained during this conference will significantly contribute to our local and international endeavors. So I would like to take a moment to express my gratitude to everyone who played a role in making this conference possible. Organizing an international conference on this magnitude, it's no small feat. And it requires an incredible amount of knowledge, preparation, and dedication. It's only through the collaborative efforts of many that we were able to convene in such a manner. So I would like to express my warm thank you, like I said, to everyone who made this event possible. So I especially would like to thank to the company, to the president and his team, TEA company. I would like to thank the municipality of Mantova. Especially, I would like to thank Simone. I would like to thank Laura. I would like to thank communication team from TEA company and of course everyone and my steering committee and scientific committee and special thank you to my colleague Melissa from Bologna. So as we delve into the conference proceeding, I'm encouraging you all to actively engage, share your experience, and forge new connection. Thank you all for your commitment to our course and for being part of this remarkable event. Let's make the most of this conference and continue to make a magnificent impact in our respective communities on and on the international stage. So once again, sincere thanks to the host on behalf of all the members of our steering committee, of all the members of the Association of Significant Cemeteries. We are more than 100 members from 22 European countries, and we salute to your efforts. Thank you.
Grazie alla Presidentessa Lidia Pirsic. E proseguiamo adesso con l'inizio delle relazioni, quindi invito l'assessore e il Presidente ad accomodarsi, tutti quanti, e chiamo al tavolo l'architetto Massimo Ferrari del Politecnico, Maria Angela Gelati, che è già qua presente, e iniziamo le nostre Angela Gelati, tanatologa e Data Education, con il suo primo intervento, passaggi dall'archivio di pietra alla Data Education.
Buongiorno a tutti, welcome, benvenuti. Ringrazio tutti voi che siete qui oggi e anche a tutte le persone che hanno contribuito alla realizzazione di questa 3 giorni, secondo me magnifica, nella città di Mantova. Carlos Castaneda ha detto: dopo che abbiamo varcato una certa soglia, è la natura stessa dell'infinito a porre un progetto davanti a noi. Ecco, vorrei collegare questa affermazione al concetto di cimitero del futuro, il tema che è stato scelto quest'anno per questo importante meeting. Innanzitutto, il cimitero del futuro è un'idea che mira a trasformare il modo in cui gestiamo la morte e la sepoltura, cercando di superare alcune delle sfide, delle limitazioni. Delle sfide intendo non solo dei cimiteri vissuti in modo tradizionale, intendo delle sfide culturali e sociali che ci stanno particolarmente a cuore. Sì, perché il pensiero della morte nasce da un pensiero di crisi e la nostra società, la nostra cultura chiede indirettamente di affrontare, di trasformare questo pensiero scomodo di crisi. E ci sono sempre 2 atteggiamenti che noi possiamo fare davanti a un pensiero di crisi, no? Cioè sviluppare atteggiamenti positivi e sananti oppure sviluppare degli atteggiamenti problematici. Ecco, per questo abbiamo un'attività, una materia che può aiutarci in tal senso, la Data Education, la quale cerca di affrontare a tutte le età il tema della finitudine e a partire dai più piccoli, rivolta a tutte le fasce di età. Ecco, la Data Education è un campo di studio e di pratica che si concentra sull'educazione e la sensibilizzazione rispetto alla morte, è un'area interdisciplinare che coinvolge tutti coloro, in particolare i professionisti, ma tutti coloro che desiderano affrontare in modo aperto e onesto questo tema nella società e nella cultura di oggi. Quindi vi propongo un pensiero nuovo, prima di tutto come persone, perché prima di tutto siamo persone che poi ricoprono dei ruoli. Dobbiamo, secondo me, attraversare, qui vedete nell'immagine una serratura, no? Dobbiamo attraversare questo passaggio insieme per poter immaginare i cimiteri non solo come archivi di pietra, biblioteche o musei a cielo aperto di arti e di memorie, ma anche come aule all'aperto. Questo passaggio secondo me va fatto. Perché? Perché noi esseri umani d'Occidente, noi genitori, noi educatori, noi dirigenti cimiteriali, dinanzi al tema della morte ci troviamo ancora terribilmente smarriti. E questo disorientamento è il risultato di un'epoca in cui l'occultamento del morire, la cosiddetta negazione della morte, congiura del silenzio, ha caratterizzato davvero numerose generazioni, determinando via via una diffusa incompetenza che è partita soprattutto dalle vite familiari. Mi spiego meglio. Se durante l'Ottocento il fine vita era vissuto condividendolo con tutti i membri della famiglia, lungo l'arco del Novecento si è assistito ad un cambiamento importante e quindi all'allontanamento di questa esperienza sempre più affidata alle strutture, quindi non solo strutture sanitarie, ma anche strutture legate alle case funerarie. Questo fenomeno ovviamente è dovuto al miglioramento della medicina, parallelamente quindi questa trasformazione è dovuta anche agli strumenti sofisticati della medicina che ci aiutano e ci hanno aiutato a fare in modo che anche le malattie più gravi potessero diventare croniche grazie alla medicina tecnologica. Dunque, se da un lato questa trasformazione è positiva, dall'altro cosa ha generato? Ha generato una serie di difficoltà che siamo ancora impreparati a gestire proprio per la censura della morte. Quindi l'incapacità, diciamo, no? di affrontare in modo maturo, diciamo, questo gap, l'abbiamo fatto perché? Perché abbiamo cominciato a tenere lontani da noi i bambini, i giovani adulti, gli adolescenti. Quindi davanti a questi scenari i bambini e gli adolescenti che desiderano comunque sapere sono stati tenuti lontano e hanno sempre vissuto in maniera indiretta le vicende familiari, quindi non hanno mai capito pienamente, se non a tratti con determinate frasi da genitori, da fratelli, sorelle, cugini, a volte dai nonni, non hanno mai saputo capire in che cosa consista il temibile. Perché? Perché nessuno ha spiegato loro o spiega loro che cosa significhino la malattia e la morte. Ovviamente questo non toglie che bambini e ragazzi desiderano sapere. E allora che cosa fanno, no? Essendo per natura curiosi, cercano delle risposte dove possono, ovvero nel materiale, nei giochi spesso terribili, nelle serie TV e attraverso anche i media che inondano le nostre case o sui dispositivi tecnologici. Ecco, dunque, l'incapacità di affrontare in modo maturo il tema della morte con i bambini, gli adolescenti e i giovani adulti mette in evidenza che dobbiamo riconquistare una competenza importante rispetto alle nostre vite. Quindi noi adesso siamo alla quinta generazione di adulti e dunque di genitori che sono cresciuti in famiglie in cui la morte è stata relegata alle strutture e non hanno potuto vedere neppure i morti, quindi questo anche prima del Covid. Tutto questo che cosa ha fatto? Ha creato delle mitologie stravaganti, come ad esempio quella secondo cui i bambini non sono in grado di capire che cosa significhi morire e se ne avessero notizia ne rimarrebbero traumatizzati. In realtà tutto dipende da noi, da tutti noi, da come introduciamo l'argomento, da come lo sappiamo gestire. E qui entra in gioco il cimitero, che certo è un archivio di pietra in quanto tale, però il cimitero si rivela anche un luogo straordinario per poter fare death education. Death education, quindi educazione alla morte come parte della vita. Allora, immaginate una classe di scuola che si avventura in questo spazio all'aperto, uno spazio affascinante, scoprendo un'aula con un tetto di cielo, mentre i monumenti funerari diventano i loro banchi. Perché? Perché ai loro occhi le lapidi, i monumenti, tutti questi documenti che ci parlano, le voci del passato con le loro storie, diventano finestre aperte sul passato, permettono ai ragazzi di tutte le fasce di età, se vogliamo, di comprendere non solo il contesto storico e culturale in cui hanno vissuto quei defunti, ma possono essere anche invitati a creare qualcosa, a creare degli oggetti da portare anche al cimitero, no? Quindi a seconda della materia che ogni insegnante può affrontare e in base all'età dei ragazzi si possono realizzare delle visite con dei percorsi specifici ad hoc. Tutto questo può rivelare dei tasselli veramente interessanti, anche perché il cimitero diventa un'aula di empatia in cui giovani, adulti o bambini imparano a guardare oltre la pietà, a comprendere la ricchezza delle esperienze umane, la fragilità della vita. Con la Death Education diventa evidente perché sappiamo che abbiamo un tempo a disposizione e allora diventa un input per poter vivere meglio questo tempo a disposizione, meglio nei confronti della vita scolastica ma anche nei confronti della vita stessa. Quindi non c'è in quest'aula all'aperto, al cimitero, solo l'assorbimento culturale, ma c'è un'esperienza. Inoltre i cimiteri rappresentano anche un vero e proprio melting pot di tradizioni e credenze religiose, quindi nei cimiteri possiamo anche lavorare sulle varie espressioni di fede, no? Pensate a livello creativo cosa può nascere da questi aspetti visionati durante alcune mattine al cimitero, quindi studiare le diverse tipologie di tombe, i diversi simboli religiosi, le diverse pratiche funerarie. Tuttavia, per fare tutto questo occorrono degli insegnanti coraggiosi. Perché? Perché il valore aggiunto del cimitero, questo grande strumento mediatore, deve essere sfruttato appieno. Quindi servono insegnanti coraggiosi, ma anche scuole guidate da dirigenti lungimiranti. Sono loro, ma dico, siamo anche noi insieme che possiamo co-costruire questi ponti e fare in modo che si possano trasformare queste esperienze in apprendimenti significativi. Allora ecco, il mio invito oggi è questo. Incoraggiamo le scuole, incoraggiamo gli educatori a considerare seriamente l'opportunità di svolgere Death Education a partire dal cimitero, consentendo ai ragazzi di riflettere. Questo cimitero del futuro io lo vedo proprio come luogo nuovo che offre questa prospettiva unica. E la Death Education, insegnata attraverso proprio il cimitero, l'esplorazione di queste aule, il fatto di starci, di stare in questo luogo, diventa anche una lezione alla vita stessa. Quindi la Death Education, andando oltre l'individuo, attraverso il cimitero, può aiutare tutti, bambini e ragazzi, a sviluppare questa consapevolezza più ampia. Quindi diventa non solo una connessione tra generazioni, ma anche una valorizzazione della nostra esistenza. Ecco, una volta, e termino, che avremo imparato tutto questo, ma imparato a livello consapevole, quindi sperimentato, ecco, ci renderemo conto che abbiamo fatto prevenzione primaria. La prevenzione primaria è quella che aiuta a prevenire il disagio giovanile, a prevenire le condotte autolesive e a prevenire l'angoscia di morte che deriva dalle tematiche non trattate. Ecco, allora noi possiamo creare dei ponti con le scuole di ogni ordine e grado, con le università, con queste strutture comunque scolastiche per connetterci non solo con la storia, ma anche per connetterci a un nuovo modo di vita. Grazie.
Grazie Mariangela Gelati. Mi auto-invito, sono Simona Sogliani, mi porto a relazionarvi adesso sul cimitero monumentale. Mi presento meglio, sono Simona Sogliani e sono responsabile per la valorizzazione culturale e artistica del cimitero monumentale per il comune di Mantova e da più di 25 anni mi occupo di cimiteri e del comparto del fine vita del gruppo TEA. Come ha detto poco fa il nostro Presidente, lavoriamo da sempre perché i cimiteri vengano vissuti come luogo di memoria e di bellezza in cui riconoscersi. Il primo cimitero pubblico di Mantova risale al 1790 e fu costruito appena fuori Porta San Giorgio, ma non incontrò il parere favorevole della popolazione che preferì continuare a farsi tumulare nelle chiese. Nel 1797 l'imposizione di allontanare i cimiteri dai centri abitati rende necessaria la realizzazione del nuovo cimitero e venne identificata un'area ai margini della città antica vicino ad un quartiere, Borgo Angeli, che è sull'asse tra Mantova e Cremona e che per i mantovani poi divenne il cimitero degli Angeli. Nel 1904 viene bandito un concorso per la costruzione di una nuova facciata e l'architetto Ernesto Pirovano, con un grandioso progetto, ottiene il premio reale di architettura e il cimitero diventa un luogo di eccellenza, un vero museo a cielo aperto. E le famiglie più illustri borghesi fin dai primi anni del Novecento, con lo sviluppo urbano, si avvalgono degli artefici già noti per aver realizzato importanti edifici già nei punti chiavi della città. E quindi si riscoprono in questa diversa operosità con la quale adornano con una sorta di competizione fra tombe piccole, sepolture vaste e monumenti anche di intranquilla imponenza, ma con un unico denominatore, l'elaborazione del lutto in un'espressione di testimonianze per ricordare gli affetti più cari. Intorno agli anni 50, per far fronte all'espansione urbana della città e alla domanda di nuove sepolture, si rese necessario ampliare lungo la cinta perimetrale del lato est, e solo negli anni 70 verrà completato anche il reparto monumentale ovest in perfetta simmetria con il lato est, fino all'estremità vicino all'ossario monumento ai caduti. L'ossario o mausoleo, in capo al Ministero della Difesa, sembra sorgere dalla terra, è collocato in un ampio spazio aperto raggiungibile dal viale centrale e venne realizzato negli anni 20 al posto di una chiesetta che fu demolita per le precarie condizioni, ma ritenuto un luogo adatto per ricordare e conservare tutti coloro che avevano perso la vita per la patria nel corso della Grande Guerra. E ancora una volta fu Ernesto Pirovano che poté intervenire dando omogeneità stilistica mentre si procedeva all'innalzamento della nuova facciata e realizzò anche questa nuova opera ambiziosa. Il mausoleo si compone di un basamento di forma quadrata con una cripta parzialmente interrata dove sono e si trovano uno per uno tutti i soldati, ce ne sono circa 1000 dei nostri caduti, e nella parte sovrastante l'ossario si trova una terrazza dove al centro, come vedete, c'è un maestoso obelisco e la cosa curiosa è che è rivestito con i massi provenienti dalle 4 zone in cui si combatté la Grande Guerra, quindi nel Trentino, del Carso, il Grappa e nelle zone del Carnia. Poi Mantova è una delle città in Italia a dotarsi di un tempio crematorio nel 1887. L'attuale tempio è stato edificato, però quello che potete vedere, nel 1931 dopo la demolizione del primo, ma oggi è un museo digitale, è un percorso interattivo con contenuti che raccontano la storia in un allestimento innovativo per navigare alla scoperta del monumento e dei personaggi che lo popolano. È anche uno spazio che noi adesso dedichiamo per i vari eventi e allestimenti di mostre e concerti. Il crematorio oggi è stato realizzato nel 2008 dal gruppo TEA e il forno crematorio che si estende su 1000 metri quadrati a partire dal 2018 per effetto dell'ampliamento ha reso possibile abbreviare i tempi di cremazione, quindi si è passati dall'effettuare 3700 cremazioni annue ai 7200 dei giorni nostri. Negli ultimi decenni abbiamo anche visto una decisa evoluzione culturale nell'ambito funerario, dovuta principalmente al costante aumento della richiesta di cremazione rispetto ovviamente alle sepolture tradizionali, che si distinguono fra loculi singoli, fosse per l'inumazione, tombe di famiglia fuori terra interrate e cinerari privati. Questo grafico rappresenta l'80% delle sepolture costituenti il nostro sistema cimiteriale e come vedete tra quelle più diffuse ci sono i loculi privati e le tombe di famiglia. La motivazione di queste destinazioni è ancora legata al fatto che molte famiglie hanno già in concessione questi manufatti. E per queste tipologie di manufatti abbiamo due tumulazioni, la tumulazione areata, che è destinata ai loculi individuali, ed è la classica sepoltura in lavelli chiusa da una lapide marmorea dove ci sono gli estremi del defunto, una sua fotografia e vari accessori tra portafiori e lampade votive. Dal 1 gennaio del 2013, con l'obiettivo di abbassare il quantitativo di zinco per lo smaltimento dell'attività cimiteriale e ridurre anche l'impatto ambientale, questa tumulazione è stata resa obbligatoria qui a Mantova. Porta molteplici altri vantaggi, favorisce la scheletrizzazione naturale in tempi più brevi, riduce i tempi di rotazione delle stumulazioni, evitando anche in tal modo di ricorrere ad ampliamenti cimiteriali. Questo può essere impiegato su loculi già esistenti e con operazioni a basso costo. Poi c'è la tumulazione tradizionale, è impiegata solamente nelle tombe di famiglia e nelle cappelle o edicole. In questo caso il feretro viene confezionato con rivestimento in zinco e ovviamente qua i processi risultano estremamente lenti a scarsa dello scambio ossigeno con l'esterno e nella zona nostra servono almeno 50 anni perché la decomposizione avvenga in maniera naturale. La durata delle concessioni ha subito negli anni molteplici cambiamenti, abbiamo iniziato con le perpetue, siamo passati a 99 anni, a 50, 33 fino ad arrivare agli attuali 10 anni. Per le tombe o le cappelle, quindi i manufatti per più posti famiglia, da perpetue sono passati a 99 anni fino agli attuali 80 anni. Sono previste anche inumazioni e anche qua abbiamo due tipi di tumulazione, la tradizionale che sono sepolture che avvengono fila per fila in perfetto allineamento tramite escavazione e i familiari provvedono di libera scelta all'apposizionamento della lapide marmorea come previsto dal regolamento comunale. E poi abbiamo anche l'inumazione in campo verde. Si distingue dalla precedente in quanto le fosse vengono ricoperte 2 volte all'anno nel periodo fra la primavera e nell'autunno da un prato di zolle e le lapidi risultano più piccole proprio per aver modo di seguire una manutenzione del verde in maniera più rispettosa e ordinata. Attualmente i campi di inumazione attivi sono 14, abbiamo 8 campi tradizionali, 2 campi verdi, 2 campi per religiose femminili, un campo militare per tutte le forze armate e un campo professanti le altre religioni. La rapida crescita della cremazione e la conseguente domanda della dispersione a fidoceneri che ha portato purtroppo le sepolture anche all'esterno del cimitero ha reso disponibili importanti aree che adesso sono a prato verde. Negli anni abbiamo dismesso ben 10 campi comuni. In quest'area, in una di queste aree che abbiamo dismesso nel 2019, è stato realizzato il Giardino delle Rimembranze con l'obiettivo di offrire un luogo di grande suggestione e di impatto per le dispersioni delle ceneri all'interno del cimitero. È inserita in un'area verde di 2300 metri quadri e questa struttura, chiedo alla regia se mi manda la slide per favore, questo luogo è inserito in un'area verde di 2300 metri quadrati e ha una forma rettangolare, la sua forma richiama chiedo scusa, siamo andati un po' oltre, c'è stato un blocco di slide. 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . . . . . . . 。 . . . . 。 . . . . . . . 。 . . . 。 . . . 。 . . 。 . . 。 . . 。 . . 。 . . . . 。 . . . Niente, vediamo se riescono a rifarmele ripartire. Ok. Ok. No. Riusciamo a riprendere il giardino delle rimembranze perché è importante farvi vedere la suggestione di questo giardino a cui noi teniamo molto. Ok, ci siamo. Come dicevo, in una di queste aree è stato dismesso il giardino delle rimembranze, è stato con l'obiettivo appunto di recuperare queste aree verdi, è stato realizzato nel 2019 il giardino delle rimembranze e riteniamo che sia un luogo di grande suggestione e di impatto per la dispersione delle ceneri. È inserita in un'area verde di 2300 metri quadrati e questa struttura, che ha una forma rettangolare e nella sua geometria richiama la forma della galassia a spirale, al centro vi è posto un vaso per la cerimonia della dispersione. Questo è uno spazio per coloro che scelgono la cremazione per conservare in qualche modo la memoria fisica delle persone all'interno del cimitero e che al tempo stesso rappresenti un'occasione di raccoglimento e di intimità per dare l'ultimo saluto al proprio congiunto, in un ambiente che trasmetta una sensazione di pace e di conforto. Il cimitero poi presenta anche un importante patrimonio arboreo, sia per quantità che per qualità. Ci sono alberature omogenee della stessa specie, vi sono anche ad esempio dei filari di tigli nella zona centrale del mausoleo. È stata una scelta storica non del tutto sbagliata, infatti questa specie autoctona, diverse latifoglie padanee, adatta al clima, è idonea sotto il profilo ornamentale e risulta la migliore per il breve periodo di caduta delle foglie, in quanto soprattutto nel periodo che coincide con le ricorrenze dei morti perde completamente tutte le sue chiome, quindi è di maggior, proprio quando è maggiore la richiesta di ordine e di decoro. Una particolare attenzione vanno anche ai maestosi esemplari del cedro del Libano, sono attorno al mausoleo e alla grande aiuola al lato dell'ingresso principale e questi ultimi sono stati ultimamente segnalati dalla Regione Lombardia come piante monumentali da proteggere. Prevediamo anche iniziative future, come la realizzazione di tombe di famiglia solo per urne di ceneri e cassettine di resti ossei. Questa iniziativa, che è già stata adottata nel cimitero di Bolzano, nasce dalla richiesta di dare una sepoltura ai resti dei propri defunti per chi sceglie la cremazione, e una tomba di famiglia che sarà adatta per contenere molteplici urne cinerarie e più cassettine di resti ossei a secondo dell'esigenza. In seguito anche a un importante censimento che abbiamo fatto negli anni scorsi proprio per il recupero dell'edilizia, è stato previsto, qualora si dovesse ritenere che non verranno recuperati adeguati loculi, ma anche un ampliamento nel plesso più recente, dove ci sono già presenti loculi e cinerari, proprio nel caso dovesse esserci la necessità di questo tipo di tipologia proprio rispetto al fabbisogno. Un'altra iniziativa che abbiamo portato avanti è il recupero edilizio per il restauro conservativo su tombe che non sono più a norma. L'intervento riguarda opere di ristrutturazione di 2 tombe interrate e affiancate l'una con l'altra non più a norma. L'obiettivo tecnico è la creazione di un'unica singola opera accorpando 2 tombe affiancate. In questo modo si potranno recuperare e conservare manufatti rispettosi della tradizione e compatibili con le necessità di tutela delle caratteristiche monumentali del luogo. Abbiamo dato un'attenzione anche alla sepoltura degli animali d'affezione. Nel 2016 è stata inserito nel piano regolatore un'area da destinarsi principalmente a cani e gatti. Al momento purtroppo è stata sospesa per la carente domanda, perché vede l'orientamento delle famiglie che rivolgono soprattutto si rivolgono verso la cremazione e l'affidamento presso la propria abitazione. Concludo con un tema per noi molto importante, a cui teniamo molto, ed è la valorizzazione culturale e artistica e l'innovazione digitale. Da diversi anni la città di Mantova fa parte del tavolo tecnico di valorizzazione nazionale utilitaria SEFIT e è membro da quasi 10 anni di ASCE. Non è un caso, crediamo infatti che i cimiteri rivestono una grande rilevanza dal punto di vista storico, artistico e culturale, poiché rappresentano memorie individuali e collettive, pur consapevoli della responsabilità che abbiamo anche nei confronti delle nuove generazioni e di quelli che ci hanno preceduto. Il nostro percorso inizia nel 2000 con la pubblicazione del volume intitolato Pietre della memoria, di cui vi abbiamo omaggiato e trovate in vostre shop. E a proposito di queste iniziative che noi abbiamo aperto appunto sul territorio, è per avere proprio una nuova apertura al cimitero monumentale, per offrire una prospettiva diversa, non strettamente legata alla morte, ma più vicina all'arte, alla storia, al costume e più recentemente anche alla sostenibilità. Di concerto con l'amministrazione ogni anno infatti organizziamo un ricco calendario di appuntamenti, rievocazioni storiche, manifestazioni musicali, letture. Promuoviamo questo luogo per ogni target. Stiamo sviluppando progetti per l'orientamento anche per gli studenti, per creare progetti e percorsi conoscitivi e attività di laboratorio e di didattica. Quest'anno infatti, grazie al progetto di Fab Lab e Liceo Artistico, è stata realizzata una mostra dal titolo Forma alla memoria, con opere stampate in 3D dell'artista Carlo Cerati, che è uno degli scultori più importanti al cimitero, e che rimarrà esposta nell'antico tempio fino a fine settembre, e chi si fermerà con noi anche per la visita guidata di sabato mattina potrà poi vedere direttamente dal vivo. Riteniamo che la digitalizzazione ci ha aiutato a divulgare anche pezzi di storia cimiteriale e considerato che, se correttamente impiegate, possono costruire e potenziare le relazioni tra le persone con le nuove prospettive di senso per il futuro. Vorrei sottolineare un esempio che è nato in tempo di Covid per le persone che non hanno potuto assistere o onorare i propri cari nel momento dell'ultimo saluto. Per loro abbiamo realizzato una sessione nel nostro sito dal titolo Vicini nella lontananza. Era possibile effettuare un viaggio virtuale nel cimitero attraverso la pubblicazione di un video e trovare una raccolta di poesie come strumento di conforto e di sollievo. Quindi abbiamo un'idea chiara del futuro. Il nostro cimitero dovrà essere un luogo aperto a una fruizione diversa e moderna, capace di accogliere con rispetto le nuove sensibilità della nostra comunità, ma comunque con ampi spazi per la vita. Grazie. Si può accomodare l'architetto Massimo Ferrari del Politecnico di Milano. Sì.
Allora, grazie a tutti intanto, grazie a te, al gruppo te, al Presidente, a Simona Sogliani con cui abbiamo collaborato in questi mesi. Quello che pensavamo di fare questa mattina è una velocissima carrellata, sono tante immagini, non spaventatevi, e ripercorrono un po', come dire, le tappe fondamentali in questa storia del cimitero e riguardano moltissimi dei vostri cimiteri, hanno le immagini di moltissimi dei cimiteri che voi, delle vostre città. Serve per arrivare a capire, guardare la storia per noi serve sempre per arrivare a capire in che direzione possiamo andare. Abbiamo messo queste slide che raccontano l'ettimo del titolo che abbiamo, l'etimologia, la radice del titolo che abbiamo cercato, e conservare è una di queste. Conservare noi lo immaginiamo sempre non nel senso di mantenere la forma, ma nel conservare la memoria. Quindi conservare la memoria è più di conservare, è dare spazio a una serie di immagini, sensazioni, temi che ci hanno guidato prima di noi, che sono arrivate prima di noi. È forse uno degli esempi più interessanti è questo, che è l'Angelus Novus di Paul Klee, che rappresenta questa figura protesa in avanti, ma che è tradita dallo sguardo, dagli occhi, a guardare all'indietro, a guardare la storia. Quindi questo è un po' quello che ci interessa, è un po' il nostro modo di lavorare e di valorizzare, di dare valore alle cose, dare valore alle persone. Anche in questo caso usiamo anche degli espedienti artistici per far capire. Piero Manzoni con Base Magica ci racconta la scultura vivente. Ogni uomo è un monumento, ogni uomo è una storia, ogni uomo è una memoria da preservare. La sepoltura, diceva Edgar Morin, sepoltura come prima e sensibile prova della preoccupazione di una comunità e dell'individuo per la morte. Cioè la sepoltura individua prima di tutto il tema della morte e della comunità. Scusate, devo tornare indietro. E un'altra citazione che voglio fare, che è per noi molto interessante, è una definizione di architettura di un architetto viennese dell'inizio del secolo scorso, di Adolf Loos, che per raccontare cosa è architettura dice: se in un bosco troviamo un tumulo lungo 6 piedi e largo 3, disposto con la pala a forma di piramide, ci facciamo seri e qualcosa dice dentro di noi: qui è sepolto qualcuno. Questa è architettura, cioè una forma di una determinata misura costruita in un certo modo che racconta che c'è una sepoltura, che lì è sepolto un uomo. Questa è architettura, ma tutto nasce diciamo da qui o appena prima di questo periodo. Il cimitero come lo conosciamo, con Napoleone, con l'editto, e che quindi con questo, con questa capacità di capire che in quel momento un mondo finiva, un mondo legato alle sepolture finiva, e il cimitero aveva e doveva avere la dignità di diventare un'architettura urbana, un'architettura della città. E poi con tutte le traduzioni nelle varie nazioni, quindi qui Foscolo in Italia, quindi oppure Pindemonte, sempre con Ippolito Pindemonte, che ne raccontano di pari passo a quel periodo, raccontano l'importanza della memoria. È come se ci si risvegliasse dopo un lunghissimo periodo e si capisse che il tema della sepoltura è centrale, diventa importante in un luogo. Ma appena prima il Granduca di Toscana con l'editto e quindi con le istruzioni per la formazione di camposanti, fino ad arrivare a Federico I di Borbone, che affida a Ferdinando Fuga nel 1766 la costruzione di questo modernissimo e stranissimo cimitero, il cimitero delle 366 fosse a Napoli, nel quale il tema della salubrità, il tema della rotazione, il tema di legare il giorno alla sepoltura, questa intelligente macchina diventa uno dei prototipi primari di questo tema delle sepolture. E quindi lo schema, il giorno, vi faccio vedere proprio una carrellata di immagini. Questo è com'è adesso. Questa è la fossa, sono le varie fosse che venivano aperte e chiuse il giorno successivo. Queste erano le macchine per calare le fosse, nelle fosse. Ma che cosa succede anche in questo periodo? Succede quello che Rossi ci racconta bene. L'architettura, ci racconta Aldo Rossi, spesso cacciata dai centri urbani, trovò nel cimitero un tema di alto impegno. Presto superò il singolo monumento e lo rese sublime come la speranza, ultima dea che fugge dai sepolcri. Quindi che cosa succede? Succede che quello che erano le periferie, i sobborghi, il fuori città, viene costituito da una costellazione di piccoli cimiteri. Questo è un lavoro che abbiamo fatto nel 2013 sul cimitero a Milano, in cui siamo andati proprio a cercare, oltre ai vari cimiteri, tutte queste singole esperienze cimiteriali di quel periodo che diventano poi inglobate e parte della città. Sono tantissimi esempi di tantissimi piccoli quartieri della città. Ma il carattere, che carattere hanno questi luoghi? E questo ce lo racconta Calvino, ce lo racconta Italo Calvino quando parla di Laodamia. Non ve lo leggo tutto, il parallelo è solamente la città dei vivi e la città dei morti nella cultura mediterranea si equivalgono. È tanto vero che il sollievo nei paesi più settentrionali dell'Europa corrisponde più all'idea di giardino, tanto nei paesi più meridionali dell'Europa è l'idea di città stessa che costruisce il tema del cimitero. E quindi è il nascere di tutti questi cimiteri. Ve li faccio vedere, ma li conoscete. Il Vantini a Brescia, grandi recinti urbani che si confrontano, oppure la Certosa di Bologna, grandi luoghi che si confrontano con le architetture della città. Sono tutti dello stesso periodo all'incirca, Maciacchini a Bologna e poi Staglieno, Barbarino a Genova col cimitero Staglieno e poi ancora va avanti fino a Maciacchini il cimitero monumentale di Milano. Cioè la città si dota di una nuova tipologia che è il cimitero, che è recintato, che è difeso e che è una città nella città. Come Mantova, e arriviamo anche a Mantova, questa è la facciata del 904, come arriviamo anche in tutte le città d'Italia. Ma che cosa succede? Diciamo, passiamo all'oggi, e tengo all'oggi per parlare proprio del nuovo modo di sepoltura, della cremazione, come nuovo, come dire, nuova modalità di arrivare al fine vita. E questa citazione è solamente per dire che anche la religione cattolica così forte in Italia, così determinante nelle scelte, ha accettato, non solo accettato, ha, come dire, reso possibile questo tipo di fine vita, facendolo, come dire, diventare una delle scelte, una delle possibili scelte, e questo ha ampliato tantissimo il modo di fare, perché se noi ci pensiamo il crematorio esisteva a Mantova, ma ci sono delle bellissime architetture già all'inizio del Novecento che raccontavano questo tema e questo luogo. Allora che cosa possiamo pensare noi? Noi possiamo pensare che il cimitero possa rimanere in questa epoca e abbia la forza di rimanere, ma si debba trasformare, possa diventare non più una città nella città, ma una parte della città. E quello sta già avvenendo in tantissimi luoghi, lo vedremo dal punto di vista funzionale, ma lo deve diventare anche dal punto di vista dell'architettura, della possibilità di legare, creare relazioni tra le varie parti. Il cimitero monumentale a Milano si trova in una delle parti più in espansione della città, e la possibilità, la necessità che si dovrebbe avere è quella di legarlo, non slegarlo dalla città. Il cimitero monumentale è stato definito museo a cielo aperto, può diventare un museo a cielo aperto urbano, deve creare nuovi collegamenti con la città, deve integrarsi, deve essere parte di questa. Per farvelo capire abbiamo pensato di fare un piccolo disegno che cercasse di capire, per esempio a Brescia, questo grande recinto che è ancora impenetrabile, come possa diventare invece un recinto penetrabile, come possano esserci degli assi che lo attraversano e che lo legano alla città, che costruiscono luoghi di interscambio tra la città e il cimitero e costruiscono al suo interno piazze, nuovi luoghi a stare, nuovi luoghi in cui il cimitero non è più un recinto, un luogo per forza, per necessità di salute, di salubrità, chiuso alla città, ma aperto alla città. Questo succede già perché noi ne proponiamo un'integrazione fisica, ma succede già dal punto di vista culturale. Bologna per primo ha aperto il suo cimitero a manifestazioni musicali. Perché no? Il cimitero può essere un luogo di musica, può essere un luogo in cui la cultura della città trova uno dei luoghi di possibile rappresentazione, oppure lo stranoto cimitero di Modena, San Cataldo, di Aldo Rossi e Gianni Braghieri, un cimitero che nella sua compiutezza non è mai stato finito. Queste sono le parti realizzate. Questo grande cimitero è come se si aprisse in un certo senso alla città, e la sua le sue scenografie così urbane, così legate all'identificazione del tema della città, sono anche attualmente usate per rappresentazioni teatrali. Cioè diventa un luogo privilegiato, questa città surreale, questa città silenziosa, che diventa scelta spesso e volentieri dai registi proprio per come luogo di rappresentazione ideale della città. E ancora, e finisco, il cimitero di Chiesa Nuova a Prato, che dedica addirittura una parte al giardino delle sculture, quindi un luogo dove la scultura non entra a identificare una singola zona o un singolo defunto, ma diventa un giardino di sculture urbane aperto alla città. Oppure, e ho finito, un luogo di reading, di poesia. Qualsiasi manifestazione culturale che abbia un'affinità e abbia un legame col tema della morte può trovare e deve trovare nel cimitero un nuovo contenitore da utilizzare. Grazie.
Architetto, che invito ad accomodarsi, e passo la parola ad Andrea Pop, grazie architetto, per chiamare i nuovi relatori al tavolo.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see that we all survived this Italian evening. If you would like to get a better view over the screen, as you wish, it's not a problem. I just want to be sure that our next three speakers, Paul, Miguel, and Alessandro, are prepared. Please, someone find Miguel. He's somewhere speaking on the phone. He's the next one. And right now, I invite Paul to tell us and speak about cemeteries as living system for the future, challenges and opportunities in 2 urban cemeteries in Flanders. Just pay little attention to the moderator. I'm the most antipathic person this morning, but I like Italian food and we'd like to have lunch in time. So I'll just make a short announcement at 3 minutes before your ending. Enjoy. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Paul Verschuren. I'm a landscape architect and an anthropologist. Basically, my field of interest is urban green infrastructure, and cemeteries, of course, are a part of urban green infrastructure. So with a colleague of mine, I've been working for 2 years only on urban cemeteries in Flanders and Brussels. We're basically addressing 2 key questions. How are these urban cemeteries changing? And how can we improve design strategies and green space management to better cope with a number of current challenges and opportunities, such as biodiversity loss, climate change, densification of our cities, migration, and along with migration, also a lot of changes are happening in terms of burial practices, rituals, and ways of memorialization. We take a contemporary landscape architectural approach to cemeteries, meaning that we look at these sites as potential living systems, and by living systems we mean that they have the potential of becoming shared habitats, or some of them are already shared habitats, and by this we mean habitats not just for people but for animals and plants as well. There are a number of other aspects to our work. We like to work in a time-sensitive way, a multi-scale way, a multisensorial way. Of course, being landscape architects, the genius loci is very important for us. We would like to work in a very site-specific way, and this study uses a mix of methods to get an idea of where these cemeteries are heading and could be heading. These are some of the locations we're looking at in Flanders and Brussels. And I'll focus now on two of them, one in Leuven, the cemetery of Leuven, and one in Mechelen. They're very comparable, both in size. The cities are very comparable in terms of size, but the cemeteries also are very comparable in terms of size. This is the one from Leuven, and this is the one from Mechelen. I've indicated the cemeteries on the historical map at the right. The historical map actually predates the cemetery by just a few years. The cemetery of Leuven and Mechelen were founded in 1784. So let's have a closer look at the cemetery of Leuven. You can see that it has developed throughout history. It has been extended several times. It has various gates towards the city. And what we like to do, being interested in urban green infrastructure, is to see how we can connect these cemeteries better to the environment, to the surroundings. These cemeteries are walled, especially the one of Leuven is completely walled. And we are looking for ways to open them up, to connect them to the surroundings. Just let me go back. So you can see that in the bottom right corner, I've indicated a large green area. It's actually an area that belongs to a Norbertine abbey. And there's a great opportunity, of course, to connect the cemetery to this green area. Being walled, we cannot open up the wall, or there is in general a reluctance to open up walls of a cemetery because in general people tend to feel that this enclosure, originally intended to separate death from life, is still very valid today, but it's getting another meaning. The enclosure now is protection from the hustle and bustle of the city. The enclosure gives us protection. It creates an atmosphere of quietness and peace. So I'm not sure that they will open up this cemetery at the south end, where I've added the dotted white line, but there's definitely an opportunity to connect the cemetery with a larger green area at the bottom of the screen. Apart from the connection, there's another issue that is very important to us, and that is spatial unity, spatial integrity. These cemeteries have been developed throughout time, have experienced several moments of extension, and this leads to a lack of spatial unity or spatial integrity. We can see this here very clearly. At the south end, you have a curvilinear design. It dates from 1921. And at the northern end, you have this typically orthogonal design dating from the 19th century. One way we could use planting design is to have the same planting schemes, the same planting choices across these parts, so to get at least a connection between the two. So the situation in Mechelen is more or less the same. We have, again, opportunities to connect the cemetery to the natural surroundings. We have 4 gates oriented towards the city. And the cemetery has gone through several periods of extension. Again, a nice opportunity to integrate the cemetery with the surroundings and to connect it with, for instance, the bicycle path indicated here in orange. But again, we see that the municipalities are reluctant to open up the cemetery. They like to keep it enclosed. So probably it won't happen. They will keep it closed, even though in this case at the northern end there is no historical wall, there is no wall at all. And again, same situation as in Leuven, a lack of spatial unity, a huge difference between the older part and the newer part. So connection and spatial integrity are, being landscape architects, for us an important issue. And then there's the issue of strategies and tactics. The difference between strategies and tactics, I've borrowed this from Michel de Certeau, a French philosopher and historian, who says strategies belong to institutions and tactics are what people do. And so we have to cope with that in landscape architecture as well. I'll just give you briefly 3 examples. Trees at the cemetery of Mechelen. This is a classical situation where you have these rows of poplars, a wide road. The poplars have been placed actually too close to each other. A lot of expensive pruning is needed, and you see that the roots are destroying the hard surface. Now the green manager takes a tactical position and says, we need to get rid of these trees because they're damaging the hard surface. We have to get rid of the hard surface anyway because we want to have more water infiltration, so let's cut the trees. But the strategy of the municipality is to keep the trees because they want to keep as much trees as possible, and also they know that public opinion is against the cutting of trees. So we see here a tension between strategies and tactics. Another example is from the cemetery of Leuven. The cemetery of Leuven was the first to have a burial ground for unborn children. You can see it at the left. It's a very nice, serene, garden-like section of the cemetery, and the graves are marked by white stars. Very clean, very designed, a very serene atmosphere. But it sits a little bit at odds with what people often want. If they bury a child, we see that they want to gather all sorts of paraphernalia, artifacts related to the child. And so you see an explosion of what I call a symbolic assemblage, a huge assembly of all kinds of things related to the child. So this user tactic, this tactic of relatives to mark a spot on the cemetery, to make it their own, is a little bit at odds with the design strategy to create this uniform, serene space. The same situation in Mechelen, a very garden-like setting with a very uniform planting. Oops. And little room for relatives to express something personal. So they do so, they add little things, but actually there is little space. So a tension between, again, the strategy of the design and the tactic of the user. One final example. Oops. Not just managers have tactics, not just users have tactics, plants have tactics too. They like to grow where the circumstances are are best for them. And designers often fail to take this into consideration, and often they plant things in the wrong spot. I'm not sure whether you can see it properly, but inside the hedge, the clipped hedge, is a tree that is dying. Whereas on the right side, you see spontaneous vegetation. So we like to promote this spontaneous vegetation on walls and on stones. It's very important for biodiversity. So now taking these, this tension between strategies and tactics into consideration, we're looking for a framework of how to reconcile them, how to talk about strategies and tactics, and to create a framework that can guide us also towards this idea of a shared habitat. So we came up with this, we didn't come up, we found this model developed in Scandinavian countries called the perceived sensory dimensions model. And we like to work with these dimensions to steer the development of the cemetery in a particular direction, but also to use it as a platform for discussion and collaboration, and to involve users and designers together. So just briefly, a few pictures to give you an idea of what we mean by these dimensions related to the cemeteries of Leuven and Mechelen. So one of the dimensions is the natural. You can see that the cemetery of Leuven has really natural spots inspired by natural areas, in this case grasslands, but it also still has these very cultural spots where planting is also maintained in a very cultural way with a typical carpet bedding, for instance. We're also looking at the sheltered dimension, sheltered space versus open space. And because we're interested in biodiversity, we're also thinking about how can we create shelters for animals on cemeteries. In Leuven, they're doing a great job. They have beehives in the cemetery. There are all sorts of provisions already in place for the animals to inhabit the cemetery. Two other dimensions are diversity and cohesiveness. Of course, being interested in biodiversity and climate change, we are also very much interested in how we can incorporate diverse planting schemes into the cemetery. There are many opportunities, and we can really create a more biodiverse environment even without changing the overall design of the cemetery. As you can see here in the case of Mechelen, they just created a very biodiverse space in between two rows of tombstones. And then finally, two other dimensions are the social dimension and the serene dimension, serenity. Many spots in an environment, in a cemetery, are silent, calm, uncrowded, but we also need social space, meeting grounds, often with seating areas. But these can be natural too, as you can see here in the example on the right. Okay, I think I still have some time to give you an idea of how we are applying this specifically to the cemetery. So I show you the example of the Leuven cemetery, and particularly the 1784 original part of that cemetery. The landscape architect there has created a basic sketch, and you can see that he has maintained the original grid-like structure of the original cemetery. But he has changed the borders. He has created a diverse and a very natural border with a layered planting using trees, shrubs, subshrubs, ground covers, and this creates a very natural, diverse environment, while at the same time maintaining the cultural monuments that are there, while at the same time maintaining the cohesive structure of the grid. This shows that you can create, without changing the overall design, a very natural and diverse result. We use the PSD model, the perceived sensory dimensions model, to measure the effect of these design measures, and we can discuss then in group how the model should evolve further. So the idea of the PSD model is that we can use it as a color wheel, and we can mix and match colors and steer the design in a particular direction. What is important for us is to understand that you can easily add elements and make it, for instance, more cultural, but it will still remain natural, as you can see here. So you can manipulate the terrain just by adding small design measures. Okay, so we're interested in creating a shared habitat, and we know from empirical studies that if we focus on the diverse, the natural, and the serene dimensions, and they come along with a specific physical attributes, that we will move into the direction of that shared habitat, and that people will also recognize it, perceive it as such. If you stress other aspects, other dimensions, such as shelter, natural, serene, and cohesive, you will move into a somewhat different direction, and you will create an environment that is more supportive of mental restoration. This is not a theory, this is not from a theoretical perspective that we're saying this is based on empirical evidence. So in this way, this model can be used to direct the design of the cemetery as a living system in a particular way. And we propose, our idea is that we need more cemeteries that are created as, or function as living systems. So we look at to what extent cemeteries are following this shared habitat strategy. So we're applying this to various sections. I know my time is up, so I've finished. So I won't discuss this example again, but it's the same, in the same spirit. We're looking at the cemetery of Mechelen and the various sections and how they can be related to this PSD model. Just to finish, and I'll skip a few slides. Two tentative conclusions. This is very much work in progress. As I said, we've been doing this only for 2 years. We're still doing a lot of research, but two tentative conclusions with regard to the cemeteries I just shown you. In the case of Leuven, you see that the Leuven is very much led by the landscape architect, and the landscape architect is also strongly supported by the local municipality, and is also on a day-to-day basis in contact with users, and is taking up these user tactics and integrating them into his own strategies. Whereas in the case of Mechelen, a green manager is in charge, and you see that Mechelen takes a much more managerial, tactical approach. And this results in an entirely different picture. And this is my last slide. We can see that the work that is being done in Leuven really is supporting this shared habitat strategy, that they're really moving towards this shared habitat. Even though they're not calling it a shared habitat strategy, it's something that we researchers use, but they're focusing on this diverse, natural and serene dimensions. Whereas in Mechelen, taking a more managerial, tactical approach, looking at efficiency also from a management point of view, the dimensions that are stressed are entirely different. The emphasis in Mechelen is very much on open space, on cohesiveness, on the cultural space. So that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, just a moment, please. Being in time, I would like to encourage to have at least one question to break the ice, if you would like to address to our speaker, and to save the rest for during lunch or in the evening. So, please, if you do have some questions for Paul.
So, there is on the first slide, when we saw the trees and the pad, Alsworth pad, so what was the solution? What's the solution? There are two opposite opinions what to do.
Well, the whole thing is that there is no solution. So we need to think of a framework that will help us to get to the solution. But the current situation is, of course, that the municipality, the strategy of the municipality is what counts. The green manager is just an employee of the municipality, so he will have to agree with the strategy. And that is basically what the CERTO is saying, that strategies belong to institutions, and institutions are what matter most in society. But users, and in this case the green manager, has a tactic, and it makes sense as well. So we need to incorporate it, we need to have him on board when discussing the future of the cemetery.
Yeah, thank you.
I do hope that everyone is prepared at least one question for for Paul and save it for the lunch. Okay, thank you, Paul. Okay, now I invite Miguel to share with us the new community demand, at least the Spanish model.
Good morning, everybody. And thanks, Paul, for your presentation. Right now, I explain to you some experience in Barcelona that I'm sure you are applying in your cemeteries. Okay, in Barcelona, we have 9 cemeteries and a cremation center. With an area of 2 million square meters and a big number of graves. All the cemeteries, except Collseroles, are 100 years old or more, and of course they are not designed to meet the new needs of new generations of citizens. This is our problem. So that it is necessary to transform the cemeteries conceptually, but especially physically, to the new demands of the citizenship, and especially for young people. I explained 7 lines that we are in this transformation. The first one, Simona explained, and these days all of you are speaking about this. The demand of incineration is growing progressively against the traditional demand for burial, and this process in Spain, in Barcelona, seems unstoppable and requires that us create new spaces and solutions for the management of ashes. Right now, in Barcelona, we are near 60% of demand for incineration. Okay, you see the evolution in the last years. For this, we have planned the creation of free spaces in our big cemetery in Montjuïc to offer new options to the citizens. And of course, our interest is to advance in this direction in all the cemeteries, but of course, not all are the same physical characteristics. In some cases, it is necessary shut down the traditional niche buildings to take the ground to develop now method of burials. Okay, this is we are working in the few weeks. We open this area that are you seeing to attend the new demands of citizens. Okay. Another line we are working in is investing a lot of money in our master plan of the 9 cemeteries. All these areas that in red color are areas where we work right now or in the next years to assure that our facilities have the guarantee of continuity to offer the service to the citizens. There are different examples of this transformation. It's physical, but of course it requires important effort in administrative area to contact with families, offer new destination, and all this. And sometimes, you know, it's not easy to do. A third line is to offer the best services to the citizens. Our cemeteries are very old, and we have 2 lines in this objective. first one is offer in all the cemeteries all the possible methods of burial, on depending, of course, of the characteristics of these of different cemeteries. Our cemeteries can grow, are in different points of the city. City arrives to the cemeteries, and it's impossible that cemeteries grow. And the solutions are inside, not outside. It's, okay. Of course, we need to put the cemeteries to the service of the citizens in the different neighborhoods of the city, and not to go to a far cemetery, if not have all the solutions in the cemetery that they have near home. Okay. The second line of this objective is create new facilities. All our cemeteries only have for 10 families the old chapels, very nice, of course, chapels, but not always enough for attend the number of relatives that arrive for the ceremonies, and of course with some religious tradition that not always is accepted for all the families, for the diversity that we have in cultural diversity we have in Barcelona. So that we are an ambitious plan for next years. She's in our master plan to create new spaces for the attention for families, to make ceremonies, of course, for the conditions of our workers in different cemeteries, to have the possibility to offer better and more services to the community in different places. Of course, we need to invest a lot of money. A city as Barcelona have a lot of necessities, and of course we need to plan for you have here the calendar for the next years. Okay. Another line of work is physical transformation to facilitate the integration of the cemeteries in the collective imaginarium of the citizens, and open and generate new breaking barriers, and offer new possibilities to use the cemeteries for leisure, for different aspects. In this sense, in Barcelona, in south of Europe, we want to arrive that our cemeteries will be gardens. It's difficult, but this is the idea. In different possibilities. We want that in the future our cemeteries will be gardens for, of course, for burials, for different methods, but for people enjoy trees and other aspects in our city. A small city, important city, small city, and very densified. Okay. I advance. The five line of work is, of course, it's one of the most important, but possibly the most difficult. Because physical transformation to ensure the conservation of the architectural and sculptural heritage of our cemeteries. You know, in Barcelona we have a very important artistic and architectural heritage, and we are working with the patrimonium of the city and with the different social sectors, with looking for the focus in which burials we need to act. It's impossible to act in all our patrimonium. We need to concentrate our efforts on these facilities where the different professionals explain us that it's important to make efforts. If we want to act in all the facilities, probably we don't advance in the important facilities to conserve it. The sixth line of work I advance is, of course, it's very, very important to align our cemeteries with one of the most important objectives of the current civilization, is that new generation, the citizens, understand that in the cemeteries we are making important efforts against climate change. In the next year, the Discovering Week of Cemeteries, we will put the focus on this. It's very important. We invite all of you to think how explain the citizens all the efforts we are doing in this direction. We are doing a lot of things, but it's important to explain to citizens, especially, I insist, the new generations. And finally, the seventh objective, of course, is conceptual, is physical, probably, is to introduce the new technologies in our cemeteries for help us in the management of the day-to-day, but of course to help the citizens to use our facilities in different directions. Of course, in the big cemeteries, some new technologies help a lot us and the citizens, and it's important to advance in this direction. As you see, seven lines of work aimed at the transformation of our cemeteries that possibly, in one way or another, all of you are doing in yours. It is about offering better and more quality and updated services, but especially is about guaranteeing the continuity of our cemeteries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So please, if you do have some questions for Miguel, now is the right time. If not, I do have one.
Easy, please.
When was the last, you said that the solution is inside the cemetery, not outside, because they are prisoners of the city, it's obvious. But this also means a great pressure to the heritage, and we all fight with this. So my question is easy. When was the last time when municipality of Barcelona opened a brand new cemetery in a different space, in a...
The most recently cemetery was opened in 1972. It's new. It's outside the city. It's not inside the municipal limit. It's outside. It's in another municipality. It was born as a communal cemetery.
Communal, yeah.
But at the end, in Spain, every municipality has or wants its own cemetery. Probably it's a mistake, probably, but it's the decision of every municipality. And the problem is that the municipalities of the area have its own cemetery, and the citizens of Barcelona, it probably is the cemetery more natural, is in the Collserola Park, but citizens think that it's so far of his day-to-day, okay? And this is a cemetery that don't advance, no new concessions, but we need to invest the same as if it was growing in new concessions, in new uses. We are working in change something, and we are right now we are thinking in a future cemetery for animals. We are in this direction. It's a project in long term, but we need to transform the cemeteries to give an e-use and take advantage of the facilities and the efforts that the old generations do at this time.
The story somehow repeats, the history repeats. At the beginning, when we throw outside the cemeteries from the city, from the churchyard and so on, nobody wanted to be there. Yeah, it was not that pressure, but there are different solutions for this.
Yes, Collserola cemetery is the only one that city don't arrive because inside natural park. But of course, natural park has in the chart some limits to act, and it's the same that it was in the city. You can do things that are not destined to burials, and we need to explain with the urbanist, change plans. It's very complicated.
What you presented was urbanism of cemeteries, and in fact we have to move to urbanism, real urbanism of the cities. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, Alessandro, he will talk us about City to Life, a model for participatory and community theater practices. I don't know.
This one, the green one?
I hope so.
So, who's coming to dance with me? I know it may sound quite an unusual proposal for a Friday morning, but please trust me and follow my thought. It's going to be not such a long story, but we have to start it since the beginning. Once upon a time, in a kingdom that is not very far from here, there was a little kid that used to call himself Ando to avoid the difficult sounds of his name. And as you can clearly see from the picture, he was a very smiling kid with such an exuberant and brilliant and cheerful personality. No hard to guess that he was perfectly at ease in a cemetery. He was fascinated by those old-fashioned names, pale color pictures. But what he couldn't know yet is that behind each picture, each name, each stone, each sign of a cemetery, there's a sort of magic box with a secret waiting to be revealed. But let's go forward in our story. When this guy made his first theater proposal for a monumental cemetery in Bologna, La Certosa, it was a journey through Dante's Hell, descent into hell, discesa agli inferi. And what was very clear since the beginning was the need to work with a site-specific approach to give relevance to the space. But after 2 years, what turned out was that such a model was easily adaptable to other places, archaeological sites, historical and monumental cemeteries, or other kind of places that share the same value of memory. But then it was time for a second project, Shakespeare in Death. Everyone dies in Shakespeare, so it was a very easy choice. And at this time, what was very relevant was to understand the importance of the audience engagement, create a participatory action, interaction for the visitors and spectators. And with the third project, Anime Nude, Bare Souls, a sort of literary journey through Italian literature, different styles and authors, exploring the boundaries between life and death, what was very clear was that cemeteries are a perfect place where to share stories, and some stories seem to be written for a cemetery. So with these three principles and premises, working with the site-specific approach, engage the audience with the participatory action, and supporting it with storytelling, actors could even be invisible. Well, said and done. From a Shakespearean crown to another kind of corona, the step was very short. It's April 2020. In Italy, we were in the middle of our most strict and severe lockdown when I received a phone call from my friend and colleague Sara. Are you going to be free in the next few days for a Zoom meeting? Well, let me check in my agenda, empty the trash bin, do your laundry, get some grocery. I would say so. And this is how we started questioning ourselves about the concept of meter. Does anybody have a definition of what a meter is? During the pandemic, it was the evil. We were supposed to keep at least 1 meter, if not 2, of distance to be safe. But originally, meter is a measure for lengths, surfaces, volumes, but it's also connected to our mind. In Italian, we used to say metro di paragone, terms of comparison. That is the way we evaluate the world from our perspective. But it's also connected to our heartbeat. It is the rhythmical pace and beat in poetry, in music. And if we go back to its etymology, it shares the same root as mater, mother, madre, materia, matter, subject, element. And so this is how we ended up working to a new project that we called the Metro Zero, because we wanted to reduce the distance we have been forced into. And we define it, this project, human specific, because we want to bring people together, people reconnected to themselves, people reconnected to each other, people reconnected to the places they live in. And by we, I refer to Sara Giordani and Giuditta De Concini. They come from a more physical theater background. And when it was time to make a new proposal for the monumental cemetery in Bologna, this is what we did. Well, this is what we did. We wrote the wall. Can you all listen? Can you... We decided to apply those 3 principles not to be performer anymore, not because performances are not important, but we didn't want to keep a separation anymore between stage and house, performers and audience. We want to be people among people and to get people together, reconnected again. And we created the model of an artistic walk where to apply the principles that I've shown you before. First, a site-specific approach. We went over and over to the cemetery to get every time a new inspiration from its elements, marble, stones, bricks, sands, wood, dust, its shapes, linear, square, round, its spaces, small, big, outdoors, indoors, its sounds, silences, echoes, its lights, shadows. We work in different times of day and night. It's animals, it's plants and flowers and trees. And every time we picked up a new element to get a guide through our own pathway. And then we incorporated the second element, the audience engagement, working both individually and as a group. Individually because we want to give time, the gift of time to people. We always rush in our daily life, and the cemetery allow us to take a breath. We worked on taking the time for a deep breath, relaxation, meditation, but also to reactivate body and voice with very, very simple practices, to reactivate the senses. And if we work kind of blindfolded, cutting off the sight, all the other senses very easily come alert and awaken. Our hearing, our smell and nose, our skin and touch, and then we put it into pair work, small group work, 2, 3, 4 people, all the way up to build up the sense of the collectiveness and community. And then we supported it with the third element, storytelling, working both with old stories as well as by creating new one. We are in collaboration with Patto per la Lettura, which is a sort of national agreement for readers. And we do believe that cemeteries are the perfect place for reading, individual silent reading as well as loud collective reading, but also for books. I really encourage you to create a book crossing corner in every cemetery, because cemeteries are a kind of human library. But we wanted to create also new stories, temporary community and temporary new stories. So we ask people, just pick up your favorite statue, tree, painting, wall, column, whatever, and make up a story about it. Or invent the life of someone whose picture or name has hit your attention. And by storytelling, I mean both verbal and non-verbal. It might be supported with a prop element, with music. It might be just writing or drawing. It might be singing. It might be dancing. Any kind of physical and expressive expression can be very meaningful inside a cemetery. And even talking about death becomes so much easier. For example, if we invent a sort of alter ego, an avatar, we can speak about our testament, the last message to the world, even the way we would like to die or the date. Everything becomes so easier, playful. And this is the experience we brought into a cemetery, to create relationship and connections and bridges from individual to group, from past to future, from memory to hope, from death to life. I want to show you a very small and brief video.
Clock strikes upon the hour as the sun begins to fade. Enough time to figure out how to chase my blues away. I've done alright until now. It's the light of day that shows me how. And when the night falls, oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody, but with somebody who loves me.
If I ask you which is the first word that come up to your mind right now, are you gonna all have it? Can we all whisper it on a count of 3? People. Again. Can we all say it louder? People! Can we all express it with our face? Can we all express it with our hands? Raise your hand, don't be shy. If I ask you to stand up, and stretch a little bit yourself, which is fine at this point of the morning. Can you find a posture for your jester? Can you find a posture for your jester? Can I see it? Do you want to put the word and gesture together? To your right? To your left? To the people behind? Are you going to sing it? Are you going to dance it? Well, thank you for dancing with me. This is the right key to leave the city of death and enter into the city of living. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry I forgot about the time. I'm sorry. 14 minutes and 5 seconds. I want to answer your question.
Okay.
Yes, because it is in my power to stop the questions and find the proper dancer for you.
Okay.
You know what this is? A meter.
Yes.
Yes, that's a meter.
Okay. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. Every 3 speakers will invite Alessandro to wake up the conference. Thank you so much. I told you this is a marathon today, and you thought I was joking. I was not. So, I invite the third part of our conference this morning, and I would like to the next speakers to be prepared: Valeria, Renata, Yuri, Tamara, Agnes, and Vladimir. So our first for this round is Valeria and Renata, and they will tell us about Atlas of Italian Cemeteries. Please, the floor is yours.
Grazie e buongiorno a tutti. Mi spetta questo un compito un po' difficile dopo una bella presentazione, anche divertente ma anche veramente molto da riflettere. Dico un po' più seria perché appunto vi dico il mio ruolo, sono Valeria Leotta e rappresento Untitled Chapter, che è una federazione che associa imprese pubbliche e private ma anche dei comuni che gestiscono appunto i servizi cimiteriali, i servizi di cremazione e le imprese funebri. Quindi diciamo noi abbiamo, come i nostri associati hanno una grande responsabilità, che è quella proprio di gestire, diciamo in genere, tutto quello che noi chiamiamo il settore funerario, e lo devono gestire con grandi difficoltà di risorse finanziarie, risorse economiche, quello che è il mantenimento di un grande patrimonio come quello cimiteriale italiano, e devono cercare di riunire quello che è l'operatività cimiteriale con anche le varie difficoltà normative, assenza anche normative, e quello che è poi la nostra grande valorizzazione di un patrimonio, quindi artistico e culturale. Le due cose vanno insieme perché appunto i servizi funerari hanno diciamo una doppia anima, una parte materiale che è quella appunto vi dicevo dell'operatività con grande difficoltà, ma anche che devono essere in grado di dare una dignità di sepoltura a tutti, ad ogni singolo defunto, e la parte immateriale che è quella di rappresentare i riti, i servizi funerari come dei riti di passaggio, qualcosa che aiutano appunto nell'elaborazione del lutto e quindi a rappresentare quelli che sono poi i valori di una comunità. Ma per fare questo il cimitero deve poter appunto rappresentare anche i nuovi valori di una comunità, per essere proprio rappresentative, per essere vissuto da quella comunità di riferimento e sentito come un luogo di riferimento, come un luogo proprio di memoria e anche di capacità di portare avanti quell'elaborazione di lutto. E in questo Untitled Chapter si occupa sicuramente di una parte che riguarda appunto la normativa e tutto il collegamento con le varie rappresentanze istituzionali, ma per coprire quella parte appunto vi dicevo immateriale abbiamo il nostro tavolo tecnico di valorizzazione dei cimiteri artistico e culturale. E per fare questo lavoro abbiamo anche, siamo riusciti appunto ad avere un protocollo d'intesa con il Ministero dei Beni Culturali e poi del lavoro di approfondimento che è stato fatto, ne parlerà appunto Renata. Siamo anche con ASCE per questa valorizzazione dei nostri cimiteri. Basta pensare che circa il 55% nel nostro paese rappresentiamo il 55% del patrimonio cimiteriale a livello monumentale in Europa. E in Italia si trova quindi il 55%. È un grosso lavoro sicuramente. E per questo è importante anche il collegamento con ASCE, il lavoro che si fa a livello europeo e ne siamo appunto contenti. E quindi prima di lasciare la parola a Renata, che vi illustrerà appunto una parte di questo lavoro, vorrei ringraziare la Presidente di ASCE per l'invito, Tea, in particolare Simona per l'ottima organizzazione, ma anche Riccardo Tugnoli per la sua sempre accoglienza, e in particolare anche un grazie va a tutto il tavolo tecnico di valorizzazione di Sefit. Alcuni di loro sono riusciti ad essere qui presenti e soprattutto per il loro grande impegno. Grazie veramente.
Buongiorno a tutti, vado oltre spedita, vi prego solo di avvisarmi quando mancano 6 minuti perché devo dare la parola ad un video molto importante. Velocissimamente, mi ha già presentato, questo è l'ultima edizione, quella che presentiamo in questo momento, l'edizione 2023 dell'Atlante dei cimiteri italiani. Quello che vi posso sottolineare è che dopo questa presentazione, quindi magari dopo il break, lasceremo poi un foglio con un QR code che vi rimanda al 188 pagine di questo QR code, di questo Atlante. L'Atlante dei cimiteri significativi europei è un Atlante che vuole mettere insieme tanti elementi, ha già dato un'idea di quello che è il principio per cui abbiamo iniziato con l'Atlante, quindi è un accordo che abbiamo fatto già dal 2016. Questa edizione volevamo assolutamente che venisse presentata oggi e ci abbiamo lavorato un attimo, abbiamo inserito dei nuovi componenti, dei nuovi membri. Questo è significativo anche perché il governo, il Ministero ha una pagina dedicata ai cammini d'Italia e tra i cammini d'Italia ci sono anche quelli che sono identificati come cimiteri storici. Basta andare sulla pagina, scegliere l'itinerario dei cimiteri storici e avete adesso, io l'ho dovuto un po' modificare perché l'ho presentato solo oggi, il Ministero non ce l'ha ancora, ho dovuto modificarlo inserendo quali sono le città che sono ultimamente entrate nell'Atlante. È un elenco ancora ovviamente da far crescere, molti credono di dover pagare qualcosa per far parte dell'Atlante, cosa che non è assolutamente libero, è per il momento un Atlante statico, ma da qui al prossimo anno la volontà è di renderlo digitale, perché avrebbe dovuto farlo il Ministero fin dall'inizio, ma ci sono state una variazione anche di ministeri, un cambiamento che non ha permesso di portare avanti tutti quelli che erano i progetti che si erano pensati e quindi non hanno potuto realizzare. Le novità di quest'anno sono la città di Avigliana, Bergamo, Brescia e Brescia in qualità anche di capitali della cultura per l'Italia. Qua ci andrebbe un applauso ma non abbiamo tempo. Lecce, Milano, come una nuova variante, diciamo, di opzione Atlante e finalmente anche una cittadina della Sicilia, Troina. quelle che sono le pagine, diciamo, dell'Atlante, sono pagine che danno significato, queste sono solo le prime pagine di ogni città, che danno significato ovviamente a quelli che sono i monumenti, la parte storica, l'artistica, i personaggi che si ritrovano all'interno del cimitero, però anche si vuole dare un senso a l'essere cimitero all'interno di una città, quindi dentro e fuori i muri, un po' quello che tutti noi stiamo un po' dicendo. Dentro e fuori i muri della città si trovano tante connessioni, quindi alcune città, adesso in questo caso vi dicevo per la città di Milano, siamo riusciti anche quest'anno, abbiamo provato ad inserire realtà che sono già riconosciute nella città. Dammi il tempo. Ok? Perché io mettevo anche i minuti di Valeria insieme. Quindi nell'Atlante al momento, come dicevo, c'è una serie infinita di città, soprattutto quelle che sono già iscritte nella nostra associazione, ma non è obbligatorio essere iscritti nell'Untitled Chapter per rientrare nell'Atlante. Quindi è un'azione che la stessa ASCE ha portato avanti qualche anno fa, ha promosso l'Atlante proprio perché avevamo fatto anche il nostro accordo e l'intesa tra Untitled Chapter e ASCE. Tanto per farvi capire vi faccio vedere il cimitero di Torino, ma giusto per spiegare le due parti che noi vogliamo evidenziare, e sono quello che si trova all'interno del cimitero, i punti di interesse dentro il cimitero che richiamano qualcosa che c'è fuori. Quindi se stiamo parlando di un musicista, ritrovare l'ambiente musicale all'interno della città, o se stiamo parlando di un poeta, può essere la biblioteca piuttosto che la casa dove viveva, piuttosto che realtà che collegano il suo mestiere con quello che è la città. Questo poi è il link per arrivare all'Atlante. Vi daremo comunque un foglietto con questo QR code, per cui lo potrete poi scaricare con calma. Siccome diceva lei prima che in questa città si mangia molto bene, voglio dare spazio ad altri e quindi io vado avanti e presento il video di Fabio Venezia, che in realtà si chiama Sebastiano ma è detto Fabio e c'è scritto così anche nelle pagine della Regione Sicilia, da Troina. Lui è un membro eletto dell'Assemblea Regione Sicilia ed è il primo firmatario di un disegno di legge che va, diciamo, a seguire un disegno di legge che è diventato legge in Emilia-Romagna, che è sulla valorizzazione dei cimiteri monumentali della regione. Quindi, seguendo quello che è stato fatto in Emilia-Romagna, qui vi presento Fabio Venezia. Grazie.
Buongiorno a tutti e grazie per questo invito al meeting di Mantova. Sono onorato di partecipare a questo tavolo tecnico sulla valorizzazione dei cimiteri monumentali, portando un piccolo contributo che riguarda la Sicilia. Coerentemente con quanto già fatto in Emilia-Romagna, abbiamo voluto intraprendere anche qui un percorso legislativo per valorizzare i cimiteri monumentali e i cimiteri militari della Sicilia, che sono, come immagino già sarà stato ribadito da più parte, dei luoghi dell'intimità e della memoria, ma soprattutto sono dei luoghi e degli spazi di civiltà che custodiscono uno straordinario patrimonio storico-artistico e monumentale. In Sicilia non esiste una norma ad oggi e ci siamo fatti carico di presentare un apposito disegno di legge, anche perché facendo un approfondimento ci siamo resi conto dell'importanza e dello straordinario patrimonio che abbiamo custodito in alcuni cimiteri monumentali di grande pregio. Mi riferisco a quello di Caltagirone, a quello di Paternò, di Caltanissetta, di Catania, al cimitero degli Inglesi di Messina, al Gran Camposanto sempre di Messina, al cimitero vecchio di Santo Stefano di Camastra. E ci siamo resi conto che l'architettura cimiteriale della Sicilia è in linea sostanzialmente con le medesime sperimentazioni delle varie correnti artistiche e architettoniche europee che a partire dalla seconda metà dell'Ottocento e nei primi decenni del Novecento hanno ispirato gli architetti nella realizzazione di questi cimiteri. Il purismo, il verismo, il neobarocchismo, il liberty, il razionalismo, il neoclassicismo, ecco, sono state queste le grandi correnti dell'architettura dell'Ottocento e del Novecento che hanno dato un contributo rilevante nella realizzazione di questi monumenti. Il disegno di legge è stato depositato, ho parlato personalmente con il Presidente della Commissione Cultura per incardinarlo e lo stesso ha preso l'impegno nelle prossime settimane di iniziare l'iter parlamentare che mi auguro e ci auguriamo tutti possa consentire da qui alla fine dell'anno di avere anche in Sicilia una legge che promuove e valorizza questo straordinario patrimonio. La norma è ispirata, come vi dicevo, a quanto già egregiamente realizzato in Emilia-Romagna e si parte ovviamente dalla proposta legislativa che ci consente di definire l'iter di riconoscimento dei cimiteri monumentali e poi ovviamente una parte significativa della norma è dedicata ai percorsi di valorizzazione, allo stanziamento di risorse pubbliche per il restauro e la valorizzazione dei monumenti dentro i cimiteri siciliani. E poi oltre a questo, ovviamente, la parte finale è dedicata alla fase di studio, di catalogazione di tutto il patrimonio che è custodito e alla realizzazione di un itinerario che mette in relazione appunto sia la visita fisica sia i percorsi multimediali per la valorizzazione di questi, tra virgolette, paesaggi culturali all'interno di quel segmento di turismo che noi abbiamo voluto definire nella norma turismo dei luoghi del silenzio. Nel frattempo che la Regione siciliana approvi questa norma, abbiamo voluto, grazie al supporto di Renata Santoro, che ringrazio di vero cuore per il suo impegno straordinario in questo progetto, abbiamo voluto inserire, nel frattempo che venisse approvata la norma, vi dicevo, il cimitero monumentale di Troina all'interno dell'Atlante dei cimiteri monumentali nazionali e per gettare una pietra nello stagno del silenzio siciliano e per dare un messaggio che anche nella nostra terra ci sono cimiteri di una certa rilevanza. Mi accingo alla conclusione dicendo che la storia del cimitero di Troina, nel cuore della Sicilia, la prima capitale normanna della Sicilia nell'XI secolo, viene avviato il progetto nel 1865 e la prima salma viene accolta nel 1884, dopo un lungo iter che ha previsto la realizzazione di un cimitero con una sistemazione a giardino e costituita da un sistema di viali alberati a forma ortogonale. All'interno di questo cimitero la straordinaria presenza delle confraternite che esistevano già dalla fine del periodo medievale e dall'età della Controriforma ha consentito la realizzazione di cappelle cimiteriali di un certo pregio e all'interno vi si trovano anche sculture di grandi artisti del Novecento italiano. Parlo di Remo Brindisi e soprattutto di Ettore Ximenes. E quindi siamo ben lieti, ecco, di far parte di questo grande progetto e siamo speranzosi di poter dare il nostro contributo sensibilizzando gli amministratori locali dell'isola che intendono come dire, inserirsi in questo processo di valorizzazione e ci auguriamo di vero cuore che presto anche in Sicilia possa essere varata questa proposta di legge. Grazie di cuore a tutti dell'attenzione e buon lavoro.
Ringrazio il dottor Fabio Venezia che ci sta seguendo in streaming, non poteva assolutamente lasciare l'isola, avrebbe voluto venire in presenza, ecco perché abbiamo lasciato il video. Vi ringrazio e alla prossima, a presto.
Thank you very much. I wonder if there are some questions or you just ran away. Maybe you're lucky.
No, I want to
be in
leave you, to be in time.
Thank you so much, Renate. Thank you so much for our host, Valeria. Yes, sorry, I'm older than a few years ago. So it's time for the next speaker. If you don't have questions for Renate and Valeria, please. Okay. So it's a pleasure to see another friends from Belgium, Yuri and Tamara. Long time no see. This COVID makes different stuff. You saw with Alessandro what happened. 1 meter, you see. In Romania it was 2 meters. I think we are bigger. Yeah. So enjoy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting Tamara and myself to share some of our ideas with you. We are both historians, art historians, so we are the ones that are going to look back to give you the answers for the future. Since we are talking about historic cemeteries today, we thought, well, maybe a lot of the solutions are already there, and maybe we just have to be aware of those solutions. Now, I think a question that Tamara and myself get practically every day from local communities is, we want to make our cemetery green. And then we always rephrase this question towards, how do I turn my historic cemetery into a sustainable cemetery? Because a green story is just one little part of a very big, large story, and that's sustainability. Now, we get this question especially since the 2000s, because the last 20 years we become more and more aware of this problem with climate, sustainability, and so on. Now, my first answer always is, what do you have? What do you already have? Look in a very positive way towards your cemetery as a place of opportunities and not as a place with problems. And if you start that way, then you have a completely different story. Then you see that your cemetery is centuries old, that it has been in continuous use. It has full-grown plants and unique ecosystems, all positive elements that help us in this story of sustainability. Well, a little bit the same as the last slide, but I added a little circle there, and it's my opinion, it's not scientifically proven, but 70% of the answers are already there on our local cemeteries if we look in a positive way. And I always say, look at the past, the burial plots, the walls, the gates, the flowers, what is everything. By reusing those elements and accepting that they are there since ages, it's part of the solution. If you start to change all your paths, then you have a big, big problem. Secondly, and then that's my thing, of course, 20% is be inspired by history. And in a lot of cases, the communities, when we start questioning about what archives do you have, in a lot of cases they say, we don't have any archives, or we don't know where the archives are from our cemeteries. So that's why we have two historical sources, the site-specific information, bishop reports about churchyards or design plans and so on. But I think a source that a lot of people forget is more general information. And that's my field of expertise since the last few years. I've started to read theoretical literature from the 18th and 19th century. Popular literature, folk tales are fantastic sources. Newspaper articles, funeral memory cards, and I think the most famous one, Le Langage des Fleurs, the history of, or the language of flowers. And we think that we know the history of cemeteries. Yes, we know the large history, but we cannot apply it to our local cemeteries. So I started to look in all these sources, what did people say 100, 200 years ago on how they witnessed a cemetery, which plants were important, which were not. And I think that's 20% of the solution for sustainability, using that information. And then it brings me to the last 10%, new needs from the last 20 years, and they really need new solutions. So if you only look to this part, you have only 10% of the solution of the whole problem. Now, what has learned my general information? Well, what can I find when we look at the traditional churchyards in Flanders, especially I'm always showing the top picture. What can you see? It's a very traditional churchyard, but it has a fence on the street side. So one of the things is start to build fences. Don't open them too much. Close fences. You can add plants on fences. It's a perfect ecosystem. On three sides we have a ditch filled with water. If you have problems with water on your cemetery, too dry or too wet, both, well, ditches are a historical solution. And we have trees, a lot of trees on cemeteries. A lot of local churchyards today are parking lots in Belgium, so it's always trying to convince communities, well, make it green, but plant trees. Which trees? We don't know which trees. Well, historical document says there were walnuts, cherries, apples, elm, oak, willow. You already have a lot of information to make this cemetery sustainable and historical interesting. And then another favorite of mine, Hirschfeld, Theorie der Gartenkunst, fantastic book from the late 18th century, where he places a cemetery among the melancholical garden, and then he gives a wonderful description. It should be shaded, it should be subdued, darkness is important, dark leaves. You really start to feel this atmosphere of the late 18th century. And then he even adds a list of interesting plants. So my answer is to a community in Flanders, when you have a late 18th century cemetery, well, this is your plant list. It's there, it's not difficult to find, and we can use all these plants even today if you maintain them and water them when you plant them. That's another problem, of course. A source that I have discovered recently, commemorative cards. I don't know if you all know them, but they're little leaflets that commemorate the dead, and you get them when you go to a funeral. Most people collect them because of the biographical data on the back, but in the front sometimes you have a representation of cemeteries. And it's quite clear from the research that in the 1840s in Flanders we had open landscapes. A church in the distance, very important in 1814, weeping willows, and then we have a village in Belgium. Okay, it's an open landscape, very few tombs, and an open willow. If we go to the late 19th century, then you have closed landscapes with pine trees, with cedars and stuff, with grass meadows, with periwinkles and cornflowers and campanula, and you all see them on these commemorative cards. So if they ask me, what type of grass should we grow? Well, don't only sow grass, but try to add those plants as well, and you have a very complex but interesting grassland. Folk tales. I've read every story by Andersen, Grimm, and people. Of course, I must say my sources, I'm working on Flanders, so my sources are France, Germany, Holland, UK, sorry, not Southern Europe, because that's not our context. But if you start to read those stories, you have little words that they're mentioning particular flowers and how they entering a cemetery and they're using the gate and stuff. And if you then start to combine all those sources, then it's quite clear that they always talk about the same plants at the same time in history. So it's a one-on-one match. And I've tried to combine that with the tender for planting from 1868 at the cemetery of Ghent, the Westerbegraafplaats. Some of you have visited the cemetery in Ghent in 19. Well, again, there is a one-on-one relationship between what I find in historical documents and in this document. Brings me to the last source, the language of flowers. There is a difference between, you have a lot of versions about this book, starting in 1819 and going on to the early 20th century. And even there you see that the symbols are changing from the early 19th century to the late 19th century. So again, very interesting if you have to restart by planting. So the bottom line of my story is, with this general information, get inspired by the past. Look at the past as a starting point, but don't reconstruct the past. Because something I have learned with cemeteries is that some of them are 200, 300, 400 years old. Every generation has changed something. So we cannot reconstruct a cemetery from the 1700s, but get inspired by the solutions from the 1700s, and maybe you have some new ideas, new old ideas. And I think the practical examples will be presented by Tamara.
Okay, so indeed, I'm going to zoom into the more practical ideas because, of course, due to Yuri's ideas, a lot of people contact me and say, well, okay, nice ideas, but how do we do this in practice? So how do we combine a modern cemetery landscape with this funerary heritage? And we have some practical possibilities. We might just look into reviving solutions from the past. And then, of course, we need the historians' stories. What did you find? What kind of stories, what kind of solutions can we find from the past? Restoration is also a question that we get because we want to restore, but how do we keep the feel, the look and feel of our cemetery? And do we have to go back all to the idea of creating the new old cemetery? What about reusing? Because I've seen from Barcelona, for example, that you are trying to take control of old areas and reuse them for a new idea. Can we combine those? And combining with current recommendations on biodiversity, I have heard some from Paul as well, is also a very modern issue, but how do we combine this with funerary heritage? Now the idea is, I'm just going to show you some nice images and give you some ideas, some little tinkling ideas. And if we look back into, for example, la langage des fleurs, we might just think about the small plots before the graves, the little places where people used to plant flowers. We might just replant new flowers. Maybe flowers that are very well for sustainability, but we might also look back into the past and see what kind of flowers have been planted in the past. It gives us an idea if we use these little plots, like for example at the Schoonselhof here in Antwerp. This one was created by a volunteer who just wanted to plant some new plants on a grave, and she created a real bee heaven. If we do that in every open plot in a cemetery, it might just be a bee more than heaven. It's incredible. But we have other ideas. For example, when I went walking in Aachen, I found these plots, but also in Romania, for example, in Sepansa. You can find in the Happy Cemetery. It's a wonderful place, by the way. Just go and look at it. But you also see all these plants, this bee heaven, which are being created. We also have a problem with restoration because the usual is some volunteers or some people just want to start restoring, and then they never realize that restoration might actually also mean that you might damage the work or the grave in this case. But there is an irreversibility. If you go into the grave too much, into the stone too much, you might just damage it. It's exactly what's happened at these two examples. Everything was blown away, the structure of the stone is blown away, and if we do not cover the stone again with something, then there might be irreversible damage to a grave. And then, of course, the problem starts because we start restoring and the grave will keep degenerating faster and faster. So we need to rethink. Maybe we could just leave the grave. Maybe just think about the general image that we want to create. And this is a beautiful example of Ghent, which is actually a city you visited probably with us, but is also very visionary on the idea of letting some graves go to nature. And you might find an opposite idea here. The moss is kept here, and it's not the idea that we remove the moss. Of course, it's all within a bigger plan of what kind of visual quality do we want? What is the benefit for nature? Actually, this moss is a fantastic benefit for nature. We might just, if we have to restore this kind of grave, because that's also a question I get, yeah, but we can't do any restoration. Yes, you can, but think about stability. Don't think about just scraping away all the layers on top. Maybe the gray and the green are actually the colors we want. And how do we communicate about this? Because some people in Belgium still feel it should look absolutely nice, neat, clean, beautifully grey. But we also have in Belgium the possibility to start reusing graves, and that's also something to think about. Reusing the graves in Belgium actually might mean that we don't reuse the plot, but we reuse the grave itself. We reuse the cellar and we reuse the grave on top. It took me a whole discussion with Julie Rugg, who's present here, I think, for several days to realize that there's a very different interpretation in Europe about reusing. And the idea of reusing, of course, it starts when a concession has ended, might give new ideas, new life to your historic cemetery. Of course, the old bodies are gone, but the new bodies can be added, new stories can be added. We do not erase stories from the graves, we do not erase names if not necessary, but it's very interesting to start combination old and new. How do we combine these? New families also are given these historic graves in their care. So we do not need to care them from the community. So they don't have to do this, but families are also, they're bringing life into the cemetery. So it's very interesting to see. Of course, we have to think about the state of the grave prior to the reuse and what kind of directions can we give to families, because it's quite complex to start restoring a grave on your own. We need to give directions from a higher idea on what kind of image we want to reach. Few examples where new stories have been added to old graves. Sometimes a new plate is added completely, sometimes the old names are still in place, but in the historic cemeteries, there where these graves are being reused, we find new life. It's not just a dead museum area. We also consult people to start using the ossuary, or putting the ossuary into these graves, because you are using community money. Maybe it's a good idea to put in these ossuaries. It's just an idea that we have, but it's a very nice idea of reusing, because we are avoiding this, which is actually a reality in Belgium. We keep doing this. And this means transport costs, debris in containers, a lot of communication trouble with people who are using the place. So it's just way too much. And what is in this container might actually be restoration materials and materials we might reuse. Historic research has also learned us that in the past this was a reality in Belgium, in the Flanders. Old stones were resold and reused in the cemetery. We realized it with Jewish stones used in a Christian grave later on. So it's very interesting to see. At the Schonselhof we found it. We also see that in Belgium sometimes old graves in churches have been moved, or at least the stones have been used to create a path around the church. Okay, information might get lost in the end, but the materials at least are being reused within the same location. They stay within the location, no transport costs whatsoever. The idea might also be to create new things, benches. We need some benches. In Kortrijk, they put these benches like this. In Hest op den Berg, they added something in wood, because they realized that if a blue hardstone is in the sun, you might get burned in your very intimate spot if you sit on the stone. What's also interesting is the idea of reusing other materials. For example, old pictures are being reused in Leuven to create a remembrance wall. The graves have gone, but we keep the pictures. We just add them somewhere. There are no names, they're just faces of people we may have known. It's a very nice way, and you can also see that they kept the wall with these ghost graves that have also changed. We might also use the debris to create bee hotels for the wild solitary bees. We also have to keep in mind that the stone might get too warm, so we have to create a right environment for the bees. And of course, Paul has already indicated Leuven even has beehives and has honey from the bees on the cemetery. So it's very interesting. We also see that in Belgium we are creating new plots. If we integrate the bees within, we might just keep open new spaces and add meadows ready for the bees. Not just grass, we just let the flowers come. We might also plant new flowers, and this is an option in Contig, where we see a lot of new flowers and borders are being added to the cemetery, to the cremation plots. So it's very nice to walk through, and it's also made that it keeps on growing new kinds of flowers. So it's not just in June you have nice, beautiful flowers, and then you come back in November and there's nothing. No, it doesn't work like that. It's planted in a way that it's cereal, so seasonal flowers. Leuven even has the idea when people enter the cemetery, they might just pick a wild flower and take it to a grave within the cemetery. So they do plant, they actually plant meadows, especially made for picking wild flowers. So children going to a grave of a brother, for example, pick a flower and just leave a flower. It's wonderful to see. We also see possibilities like these, where old graves have gone, and that's also the problem. We keep some historic graves, we don't keep the whole line, but we can't reuse the line. How do we show the line that's been there? And this is a way of just creating the line with grasses. Just let the grass grow and create a line within. It's very good for biodiversity within the cemetery. We also give the idea, this is a very beautiful one in Grimbergen in the Flanders. They had to cut down a tree and then they realized, let's just keep a little bit of the tree and let insects take over. So life is invited within the cemetery. Same thing with the tree on your right, where the grasses give the idea of leaves falling, and it actually gives breathing space to the tree. Another example in Ghent, where you can even create beautiful paths within those graves. So the graves are being kept, but you can still visit the graves and at the same time have a combination with solutions for biodiversity. And even more realistic and based on historic research is Antwerp, where they found at the Schonselhof Cemetery, the city cemetery, that in the past sheep were grazing on the cemetery or on what was the cemetery in the past, and they've been introduced as the newest and fastest lawnmower ever created. We also have very big drainage canals in the Schonselhof, and it usually gave a lot of back problems for the people who try to clear them. Well, those sheep can just go in and out, and within half a day the whole plot is absolutely stripped. Another idea is that the sheep actually spread with their droppings, they spread new seeds all over the place, and you get a lot of new plants and new flowers everywhere. So it also gives biodiversity. And then I'm almost done, I'm sorry for the time. Never forget the larger picture. We also create plans where we say, maybe you should just not say we're going to keep that one and that one and that one, because that's going to be a very difficult solution. If you create heritage zones within your cemetery, where a kind of idea of making a symbiosis between the green and the grey is actually a very good idea. So think about it and plan. It's the idea of Paul as well. And that for us is looking back into the future, because the past gives us a lot of answers. And we are actually creating books about it. So you might know us from these two books, the Memento Mori series, and there's a new one coming on the sustainable cemetery with some English contributors. Thank you. Voilà.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I just have two announces. First, Tamara, you don't get lunch. That's what Italian said. But we forgive you because because of this interesting situation. Second, if you your battery is low because of a translation system, there are you may plug outside in the coffee, but there are no wires. So they ran away. No, it's okay. Has anyone said? Yes, no lunch, but 10 questions. I totally agree. And if I remember yesterday, Renate also advised us not to invent the wheel. So let's go back to the future and bring in the present what's best from that, not necessarily the whole thing. And about the documents, I must admit that one of my favorite documents doing my PhD was the will. The will, you find so many interesting information in someone's will at the end when they say how they want to be buried, what they prepared of, how was the neighborhood of the cemetery, things like that, even the place in the cemetery. So, I do hope there are no questions for them because they left without my... And green is the word. And I hardly wait to see sustainability conference and the week of discovery next year. It's a pleasure to invite Agnes, our landscape colleague from Hungarian University of Agriculture and Life Science, telling us and share with us the future potentials of cemeteries in Budapest Green Infrastructure Network. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here today. We began with our research 3 years ago, and I think I can say that the lockdown and the COVID time were also a game changer for us because we saw that cemeteries were used in other way than before. So 3 years ago we speak with my colleagues and we made a research group about cemeteries. So some of my colleagues were before with historic cemeteries, but from this time on, we began to see on cemeteries like a part of the urban green infrastructure system. So it was very nice to hear today some other presentation they had held by landscape architects who think about also that the cemeteries are the part of the urban green infrastructure. In our group, we have all landscape architects, but with specialties with sustainable cities, with historic cemeteries, with sustainable tourism and maintenance of green areas, green infrastructure systems. So we begin with our research, I also mentioned 3 years ago, and we saw that the thinking about the cemeteries was changing in this time. It was very, very interesting for me 3 years ago to can be involved in this conference online 2 years ago, and it was very, very helpful to us to hear that other people have the same ideas that we had in this time. We can say that the role of the cemeteries are changing, as you can see in this conference also. We can say that the cemeteries, like in other green spaces, provide a lot of ecosystem services, improving air quality, enhancing local climate, and providing aesthetic and recreational values. We can say that cemeteries are more than just resting place in this time. They are historical markers and reflect cultural values, but because of they are for the public free of charge, it's a very, very good opportunity for the people of the city to go to green spaces. So we can say that cemeteries has 3 types of function. The primary function is, of course, burial place and place of commemoration, but the secondary functions are the green space. It is for the quality, the urban environment, very, very important. And the tertiary function is for the community. This is for the local community, very important, and also for the touristic way of thinking. So, and for education, like we heard before, that for the students, for the children, it's very, very interesting to go to cemeteries and to learn history and learn the history of their community. 2 years ago, we began our research with a questionnaire. In this time, this was at the time of the lockdown, so we made an online questionnaire between the peoples in Budapest. We wanted to ask how they use the cemeteries, what they want to do in cemeteries, and what they think about the using of cemeteries other way than of the burial place. So we made this questionnaire, and it was very interesting to see that of the majority of the responders are middle-aged women. They are very, very interested on the burial places, on the cemeteries, and it was very interesting to see that these women are mostly well-educated and coming from a big city. So we can say that for the people of the big cities are cemeteries from the very, very big thinking, because it's very important to go there, and besides walking and contemplation and reading, can do other activity also in the cemeteries. We can say that some of the people, they filled out this questionnaire, told us they may have made individual activities in the cemeteries. For example, they went to course to make photography in the cemeteries. Some of them go to make sports at the cemetery. They are running there or cycling there, or they took part on guided tours, or go to bird watching or concert into the cemetery. So we can say that the community is open to make these cemeteries to an urban green infrastructure element. And we ask also questions, how important is for they to use the cemetery as trees are the most important. Urban infrastructure element, the cemetery is very, very important, good accessibility. So if you can go to walk, or you can go with the communal support, then it's very, very good to use it for the recreational activities. So, and other things, water supply, toilets, lighting, and benches, also very important, but not so important for the people like woods and like good cared elements. We made this slide about the word they come out from our questionnaire, and of course the care of the graves is the most important things, but walking, relaxing, care of the graves, interesting cemetery culture is also very, very important. And for example, visiting the graves of famous people were also by the answers of the people there. Can we say that parks and cemeteries are similar? That is also a very common question if we speak about cemeteries as urban green infrastructure element. But I can say that partly we can say that there are parts of cemeteries that are also, can say, like they work like parks, but they are other meanings. For example, funerals, religion, mourning, commemoration, keeping tradition are more important for the cemeteries than like parks. And sports and other activities are mostly in parks and not in the cemeteries. But recreation, tourism, and cultural events can be common by the two type of green infrastructure elements. After that, this questionnaire, we follow up our research with the green infrastructure system in Budapest, and we wanted to know how the infrastructure system grew up in Budapest and how the cemeteries are close to that, or which part of the cemeteries was part in the green infrastructure systems. And we can say that to the 19th century there was not nor public parks nor public cemeteries in Budapest. After the 19th century there was more leisure activities in the public parks in Budapest, and they made the large cemeteries opened in the outskirts outskirts of Budapest, and they get into the urban green infrastructure system of Budapest. And we can say that the other very, very important point to turning on this the cemetery's role in the urban green infrastructure system was the pandemic, because in the time of lockdown, more people went to the cemeteries before, because it was the nearest green space they could go there, and they used this part of the cities to walk there, to go more times a week there to think about and only relax in this green area. This is a map of the functioning public cemeteries in Budapest, and you can see that we have quite more cemeteries like in Barcelona, and we have a lot of big cemeteries, and we made our research further with two very important cemeteries in Budapest. This is the Fiumei Street Cemetery and the new public cemetery, and we make research also in Vienna. This is the central Friedhof what we choose. We have very good connection with the colleagues in the Boku University, and we make this research with they together. We make this table about the 3 cemeteries, and we can see that the Central Friedhof is the second largest cemetery in Europe, but the new public cemetery in Budapest is not so smaller than, and we can see that all 3 are architectural cemetery. Was made in the outskirts of the city, but by the Fiumei Street Cemetery, the urban fabric grew on the cemetery, so there's in the city, in the center of the city now. All 3 are with public transport accessible. They are special parts of the cemetery, and here is the first time that we can see major differences between the Budapest cemetery and the Vienna cemetery, because in the Central Friedhof they have a lot of parts of the cemetery. They are dedicated to nature. For example, they have the nature garden. It was made to keep the bees. For example, they had a little biotope. They have a little lake to help to make it more biodiverse, this part of the cemetery, and they have also a garden of serenity, of strength. This is a landscape architecture element in the cemetery. We don't have this in Budapest. We can say that there are very, very many habitats in all 3 cemeteries, but they are in the Central Friedhof more planned than in the Budapest cemetery. But for example, in the Fiumei Cemetery, they have a cluster of the birds. They are in this cemetery. After that, this research, we interviewed the cemetery managers about how they plan to make the cemetery more green, how they want to increase the biodiversity in the cemetery. And we get answers from the Hungarian part. We had answers from János Putkai from the Fiumei Street Cemetery. He told us, for example, that they have contact with the Hungarian Ornithological Society, and they found in the cemetery 110 species of birds, for example, and they may have installed bird boxes and bird feeders to increase the amount of the birds in the cemetery. There are some good pictures from the Fiumei Street Cemetery. You can see that we have a lot of trees, but the grass part of this is not so biodiverse like in Vienna. We had also contact with the new public cemetery, and we can say that they have less data about the biodiversity than the Fiumei Street Cemetery, but they are open to the idea to get the cemetery more greener than today is. there are also a lot of pictures from this cemetery one. And at the end, I want to tell something about the Central Friedhof. This is not my territory because it's in Vienna, but we saw a lot of very good examples of how we can make the cemeteries greener. For example, this is you can see the overgrown parts of the area. They are very good for the biodiversity. We can say that if we use green solutions in the cemeteries, we can have environmental, social, economical benefits from them. For example, if we use the appropriate maintenance, not intensive maintenance, so appropriate maintenance. This means less frequent moving, less tampering, leaving branches that may have been cut, artificial habitats, insect hotel. There then would be the amount of biodiversity increased in these areas. We can say that cemeteries clearly can provide a lot of ecosystem services for the people, and it would be very, very interesting to get on with our research. We try to get foundation to make a cadastre for the cemeteries from the point of view of biodiversity to help to maintenance a little bit more for the biodiversity of these cemeteries. On the picture, you can see that this is the Vienna example. You can buy honey in the cemetery shop that was grown in the cemetery in the Central Friedhof. So this is a very interesting idea, I think. We can use some of the tools of the cemeteries for habitat conservation. The first of all is the value assessment, identification of the values they have in the cemeteries. Then also very important, raising the public awareness about the values of the site. So if the people don't know the values, they don't want to keep it. So it's very, very important to increase the awareness about the values of the cemeteries. Very important is the dissemination of information and the small things, for example, avoid chemical weed control can help increase the biodiversity in the cemeteries. So I think you can use also the community involvement in the planning and the maintenance of the cemetery. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being so in time. Amazing work, amazing work. I visited Fiume Cemetery last year, and I thought it's huge. Now I see you have one 4 times bigger than this. Bello Cemetery in Bucharest is half of Fiume cemeteries, and it's wonderful. So, if you do have some questions.
Okay.
You cannot talk like this, even if you are president. You know?
Thank you very much for this remark. I do not have a question, I just congratulate you on your work, but I would like to go back to the slide before conclusions. Is this possible?
I have not anymore my presentation on the screen.
Can you put again, please, the last presentation?
No, okay, yeah, I can go back now. Which slide do you mean?
Just the last slide before the conclusion.
Last slide before the conclusion, okay.
Yes.
Yes.
This part, yes. If you could just shortly explain this economical part?
Yes, because if you make, for example, guided nature walks in the city, you can get money for this, and that you can use for the maintenance of the cemetery. You can make beehives, and you can sell the honey for the people. You can, if you have a lot of plants, medicinal plants, you can collect and resell for the people. It is not so difficult things, but they can give up money to the maintenance for the cemetery. And if you lower the maintenance, so they are not low maintenance all over the cemetery, very intense, that can get your money because you don't pay this for the maintenance, intensive maintenance for the whole cemetery. So, and in, for example, in Vienna, we saw also solar panels of some place of the cemetery they can use for example, to the managing to the electricity in the cemetery. So there are a lot of economic problems there.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I just wanted to say, Renata, you are the one who are mentioned so much. So we have a director of the Freeford Cemetery here. So thanks to her too. So thank you.
You know, I'm the strange person that eats for free in the cemetery, apples and plums, and all the colleagues look at me like this, but they say it's so organic, how cannot, and so tasteful. And in my opinion, park is just a small part of the big cemeteries, because what you do in a park, you do in a cemetery, but you cannot do vice versa. What we do in the cemetery, we cannot do in the park. So it's time for our last guest speaker before the dinner, the lunch. Sorry, for me it's so late. So I invite Vladimir from Croatia, Academy of Science and Arts. Please help Varaždin. Is this a correct pronunciation for your cemetery? Almost. Military section of this cemetery, memory of provocation, please. The floor is yours.
Good day to you all. First of all, where is Varaždin? Varaždin is located in the northern part of Croatia. It's around 80 kilometers from Croatian capital Zagreb. And you can see this blue line from Varaždin to Mantova is approximately 600 kilometers. You can see also the travel, the way we traveled here to Mantova. So let's start with with my topic. The first thing, you can see the grave of Ernst Schmidt. Ernst Schmidt was a German soldier that died during the First World War. And when the First World War started, the Varaždin city government decided that all soldiers that died in Varaždin should be buried in specific location on the cemetery. Ernst Schmidt was one of the first victims of the war. I need to tell you that Varaždin wasn't on the front line. It was way into the inside of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, but as soon as the wounded soldiers from the front lines were returning or were deported into in Varaždin, a lot of them started to die, and soon there were no place on this military section of the war cemetery. Therefore, those graves were now very simple, without any tombstone. And later, after the First World War ended, somewhere in the 1929, manager of the cemetery at that time decided that this section of the cemetery should look like this, with almost rectangular layout, and in the center is a monument. But it wasn't organized like that. You can see the photograph of the war section of the Varaždin cemetery before the end of the Second World War. You can see in the middle there is a tree, an obelisk, which is made out of stone, and on the ground you can see those small grassy fields and small black dots. Those small dots are number plates of the places where specific soldier is buried. This is the photo of the cemetery, I mean of the obelisk on that cemetery, with a tribute to all the soldiers that are buried there. I must tell you that we now know that 424 soldiers from the First World War are buried in Varaždin. Half of them are Croats, and the other half are Germans, Austrians, Italians, and Hungarians. This is how this black, that small dot that you see that you could see on the previous slides looked like, and this is in fact a small plate made of iron, and on this slide you can see the number 23, which is the part of the cemetery, part of this section, and this is the only one left so far. And this is the order, the print from Graz, from Austria, the company that was producing these small plates. So one day, if our cemetery or conservation office decided to restore them, here is the original blueprint. This is how this section of the cemetery looks like today. So regarding my title of my presentation, Memory, this is definitely one of those moments where we are remembering all of those victims from the Great War. But the main tree remain. You can see that these are 4 grassy plates, and this is how it looks like. This is another angle of the same position, and on the bottom there is a small marble plate is saying in Croatian language that underneath this tree all soldiers that are buried here are now resting in peace. And this was put there in the year 2018 when we were celebrating the 100th centenary of the ending of the Great War. So this section of the Varaždin Cemetery today is in use for remembrance. This is the second case. You can see the numbers 1, 2, and 3. I will guide you through all of those numbers and tell you what they are representing. This photograph was taken a few years back. The first section shows 3 tombstones that are on the ground. The first one is about General Schurter, and the left photograph is his tombstone, and the right one is the base of that tombstone. You can see the knight's, this illustration of a knight helmet and 2 crossed swords. The next one shows the tombstone of his wife, Maria Schurter. On the left, you can see her name, the text that was written on her tombstone. And the third one is also a tombstone, and it goes to Cecilia Rukavina Vidovgradska, and she was the wife of army general, Austrian army general. He died in Temishvar in 1848, while there was revolution in Hungary. Also, on the number 2 that you saw early, this is the grave of this man called Ivan Vilim Buric. He was born in Zagreb and died in Varaždin in the middle of the 19th century, and his role was that he was a very high-ranking military officer in Austrian Empire. And before Field Marshal Borojević, and Field Marshal Borojević was very important for the First World War and the battle at Isonzo, his grave was located on the number 2. And the third grave belongs to Titus Karger. And Titus Karger is a very important person for Croatian and Hungarian history, especially for Hungarian history. This is how his tomb looks today. And on the right, you can see the title written on Latin language, which means that he was the one who found the St. Stephen's crown after the revolution in Hungary in the year 1853. I must remind you that Franz Josef von Habsburg could never been crowned as a Hungarian and therefore Croatian king if he hadn't had the crown and the scepter of St. Stephen. And this man that is buried in this grave was the one who found it. It was buried in modern-day Romania. But the story about Titus Karger is a specific story, and this is for another conference. I will go back to this photograph. You can see how this section of the Varaždin graveyard looked a few years back. And this is how it looks today. A colleague from Belgium said about conservation, preservation, and a little bit of patina. So thanks to our government, thanks to our Parkovi management, the company that is handling our graveyard in Varaždin, this is how it all looks like today. It's all arranged, it's all settled. But this section of the cemetery should be used as a memory. That is, when the tourists are coming, our future generation are coming, children from school and so on. This is something that they should be taught. In the first place, to teach about those three important persons. Two of them were generals and their wives. And on this section, it is the different angle. Here in this first part, this was the grave of that Ivan Vilim Buric, but that grave was sold. So we don't any, how should I say, his bones are not in this tomb. So there isn't any sign that on this place was ever buried important person like Ivan Vilim Buric. He's important for Croatian and therefore Austro-Hungarian military history. But this is something that we shall do in the future. Okay, let's go further. I need to tell you something that when the communist revolution started in former Russian Empire, and after that the civil war, Russian refugees came to, at that time, Kingdom of Croats, Serbs, and Slovenes, which later became Kingdom of Yugoslavia. And a lot of them, I mean, they came in thousands. And some of them came to Varaždin. Of course, some of them died in Varaždin. I believe that maybe if some of you can read on the right photograph is Lieutenant Pavel Karpov and Vladimir Karpov. I believe that those two graves belong to the victims of, belongs to those refugees that came from Russia to Yugoslavia, and they ended their lives in Varaždin. This is also one story or memory that we could tell to the visitors to our graveyard. Also, I need to tell you something more. Between the First and the Second World War in Kingdom of Yugoslavia, all those soldiers, Varaždin has 4 army barracks. So when the soldiers came from all parts of Kingdom of Yugoslavia, which is modern day in Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, and so on, they came to Varaždin, and more than 300 of them died in Varaždin. So they were buried in a specific section of that cemetery. When the Second World War started, the Axis forces, the soldiers of the Axis forces, were also buried in Varaždin. Those were German soldiers, Italian soldiers, maybe some Bulgarian soldiers, and a lot of Croatian soldiers that were included in Croatian Home Guard or in Ustasha, or they were members of Ustasha movement. After the Second World War ended in May 1945, the graveyard, that war section where the soldiers of the Axis powers were buried, it was plowed. So nothing remained from that part of the cemetery. So far, I haven't seen a single photograph of the section where the soldiers from between the two wars were buried, and especially I haven't seen any photograph of the section where the soldiers from the Second World War were buried. Those sections, both of them, were destroyed after the Second World War. So on that sections, now it's, how should I say, maybe public. It was, those lots were sold out. So every family could buy a single lot for their own use. There was also idea that the war section of the First World War victims should be also removed, but they only removed the stone obelisk. After the year 1991-1992, when Croatia became independent state, and after the war in Croatia ended in 1995, this monument was put in Varaždin cemetery. And this monument represents a memory to all those soldiers that died in Croatia from the year 1941 to 1945. I need to tell you that this monument, it's not official remembrance place where city government or Varaždin county commemorates, not officially. So this is more for individuals that would like to come and present or light a candle or just to have some sort of memory. This section of the Varaždin cemetery, you can see two crosses on the grass. There is a grave, I mean, with a marble, and on the rest of this section you can see very tiny wooden crosses. Here are buried German soldiers that were prisoners in Yugoslavia after the war. After the Second World War ended, German soldiers were prisoners and they died in 1947. I mean, they died from 1945 to 1947. This is how it looks today. No crosses, so nobody knows who is buried there. And this is something that was positioned in the middle of the cross. So we know their identity. We know where I mean, for all the soldiers that I'm talking today, from the victims of the First World War, between two wars, and the victims, I mean the soldiers that died during the Second World War, we know their full identity, where they were born, their first name and last name, where they were born, when, from which illness they died, when they died, and where they were buried. So we know we have complete information about every single soldier. But when you go to the Varaždin city cemetery, you couldn't find any information about that. That is not the problem of the current or formal management of our utility company. But this is something that we need to learn our future generations that are coming. Everything that I'm showing to you today is, in a sense, and only in purpose of future education. This is also important monument which was built somewhere in the 60s. This is the ossuary of those who were fighting on the anti-fascist coalition. And in this ossuary, you will find more than 100 remains, and their names are cut into that marble stone. And this is official place where city government and county are holding two commemorations in a year. First one is on Europe's Day, and the second one is on 22nd of June, when we in Croatia are celebrating the Anti-Fascist Day. After the collapse of socialist Yugoslavia, everything that was connected with socialism and communism was removed. You can see three busts of here in graveyard. They were all positioned on different places in city. One of them was on a square, the other one was in front of the school, and the other one was somewhere else. They didn't destroy those busts, they just removed them and put them on a graveyard. Therefore, this is one of elements of memory. It's important for me to explain to you that in Varaždin, what happened after the year 1918, and this is my final thought, and I will end soon, what happened after the year 1918 when Austro-Hungarian Empire collapsed, everything that was German, Hungarian, Italian, it was removed. And then came the 1941. Everything that was connected with Kingdom of Yugoslavia, with Cyrillic letter, that was removed. And then came 1945. What was connected with independent state of Croatia, that was also removed. So after the year 1990, 1991, all that was connected with socialist Yugoslavia was also connected. So these are remains. So we need to teach our future generations what is important for our history, because what happened on a large scale in Europe history, we can see reflections of that in a city called Varaždin, which now you all learn is 80 kilometers from our capital, Zagreb. But this is not all. As you know, we started our conference with a small movie about Mantova, and we shall finish with a small movie about Varaždin. I hope you will enjoy it. Should I press start or what? Thank you. That's all from me. Questions after lunch. Thank you.
What a wonderful and polite way to go away. Is this your telephone, please? No, somebody else. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, all the speakers this morning. It was quite an effort. We'll keep the conclusion at the end of the day because I think Jan should do the hard part. I'll ask Alessandro kindly to prepare an exercise for after lunch, just to wake us up. And I must announce that the lunch is on the second floor, yes? But just follow the smell probably or something like this. Thank you so much, all of you.
Oh, is this? It's working. Welcome back, everyone. My job is to make some small talk while we just assemble ready for the second session of the conference. So people are just coming in from their coffees. My name is Ian Dungavel. I'm from Highgate Cemetery in London. And I'd just like to thank Andrea Pop, my colleague on the steering committee, for so ably chairing things this morning. I gave her the rough deal because she had 9 speakers in 3 hours. We've only got 6 speakers in 2 hours this afternoon. So all is good. And we will be starting with a video as a way of easing you back into the afternoon about the AGM for next year, 2024. It has the distinction of being the AGM that is already the most organized a year before than I have ever seen before. And of course, those of us who were at the AGM yesterday had a sneak preview of this video and the wonderful funerary architecture that you will see in Budapest cemeteries. And of course, the center of Budapest, I believe, is also a World Heritage Site, and parts of it. And very, very undiplomatically last night, I suggested that the Parliament building there might be inspired by the Houses of Parliament in London. But it actually was. It was a deliberate attempt to link our 2 countries. So with that little bit of small talk, I think, having successfully accomplished everyone back in the room, I'd like to welcome Gabriel Moxar from Budapest to introduce the AGM for next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian, and good afternoon to everyone. It's always the most difficult job to talk to people after lunch. And especially when we are in Italy, lunch is accompanied with some good drinks. That doesn't help to stay awake. But the program is very exciting in the afternoon, and I'm not sure whether we are starting with a presentation. Okay. Just let me see how many of you were there 2 years ago, in 2021, when we had the very first live COVID General Assembly. Not that many, so it means that you will have a very special experience for the second time, and everybody else who will come next year in September, on the 3rd weekend of September, which is the Days of Cultural Heritage all over Europe, and in Hungary we take it very serious, and we would like to combine this with some beautiful cultural events. I have here, okay. So, we are quite a fresh member of ACE. We joined the organization a little bit more than 2 years ago, and we are running 2 cemeteries, and you will have the opportunity of visiting both these cemeteries, the Fiumei Road Graveyard, which is a national memorial as well, one of the 83 members of national and historic memorials in Hungary, where most of the famous historical personalities are buried from the past 175 years. And the Old Jewish Cemetery of Budapest, which is right behind our historical cemetery that you also visited last time, who were there in Budapest, is also a fantastic mystery tour and a fantastic footprint of the Jewish emancipation and uplifting experience is to walk there and see all the memorials and monuments of those families who have contributed very much to the economical success of the Austro-Hungarian Empire at the end of the 19th century. We are in the heart of Budapest. We are also responsible for a countrywide network of 6,200 historical graves in 700 locations, but you will not have to visit all these 700 locations, but we will visit some of them. And yes, we are very proud that we were the first semi-live and semi-online General Assembly after the COVID period. We have a rough program, but we understand that this program is always designed together with the local hosts and ACE and the scientific committee of the conference. This is a rough program, but of course, from now on, we will have to sit down and design the program together. Even the theme, it has not been established yet. We have a couple of ideas, but we will have to consult this with the steering committee of ACE. But we will have an optional guided tour to the Budapest City Center. We would like to visit very famous tombs And one of them is the most well-known Hungarian Ferenc Puskás. Is there anybody who has not heard his name? I think in Italy he is especially popular because he was a very famous football player. And many Italians were angry of him because he just didn't let them to conquer the World Cup. And then, of course, we will have a surprise program. As you will see from the video, last time, 2 years ago, we had a boat trip on the Danube where the parliaments, the illuminated buildings of the Houses of Parliament could also be very seen with all the birds that were just circulating above the Parliament. We will have the general meeting and the conference the same day or on 2 different consecutive days, and we will go to the continuously under renovation. We can find the Buda Castle on the right side of the Danube. Every year there are new and new parts that are rebuilt or renovated, and most probably we will have the General Assemblies and the conferences location also in one of those buildings there. And in the evening we will have a beautiful cultural program where we also have some nice ideas that is connected to the European Days of Cultural Heritage, but of course it will have to have a connection to the funerary art. And the next day optional programs, as we always do it on Saturday. And just some images about the Buda Castle area. Here are on the bottom right corner, you see one of the buildings that have been restored recently. On the bottom left corner, you see the crypt of the Habsburg Palatine family that was ruling Hungary in the first part of the 19th century. And they will have special anniversaries next year, so there will be a lot of interesting programs connected. These are images of the old Jewish cemetery of Budapest that was opened after the agreement with Austria, the so-called K&K period in 1867. And beautiful mausoleums and mystical places can be found there with beautiful architecture as well. This is the Fiumei Road Cemetery, the Central Historic Cemetery of Hungary, with 2 very important memorials and mausoleums. We have electrical buses since last year, so we can offer different topics to different aim groups, whoever wants to visit our cemetery. And these are some images about the programs that we are running in the cemetery. We have a quite wide understanding of what a cemetery can be used for, and each and every opportunity is grabbed by us when we can link to somebody who is buried there. Should it be a composer, a writer, a poet, an architect, an athlete, anybody who has a nice connection to Hungarian history and achievement can be put on the stage and can have a program linked to his name and his work of life. And thank you very much. So everybody is cordially welcome and invited to Budapest next year. You will hear more from us, and we have cut a short video of 3 minutes about the General Assembly 2 years ago, so that you can have a short impression and image of who we are and how we look. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. If that doesn't get you paying your membership subscriptions for next year, then nothing will. That looks wonderful. We won't have umbrellas next year, though, will we? Because it's going to be fantastic weather throughout. We'll promise you that as well. Thank you very much for that video. So we're back now to the presentations this afternoon. We're continuing the European theme. We've got speakers from Portugal, Italy, Slovenia, and Greece. It's just like Eurovision, isn't it, really? So we're going to start off with Gisela Monteiro, who is a researcher in the Cemetery Management Department of the municipality in Lisbon in Portugal, speaking about from the community to the community, creating an information system for all. So thank you very much, Gisela.
Has to be a little shorter for me. Thank you very much for. It's not very easy to be the first one after that magnificent video, so I'll try to keep your attention on our project. I'm representing the Cimiteri Management Department for the municipality of Lisbon, I'll try to show you our project. This is a project very dear to us, because what we try to do here is to create a system, but create a system with the community and to the community. And I will just give you also some tips that you can use in your own cemeteries, how to engage the community to help you do some more difficult tasks. So I'll give you a little intro about the Lisbon cemeteries, and then I'll talk about the challenge that we were faced and what we did, what we are doing, and then of course the future. So Lisbon, as you know, is in Portugal, and we are responsible for 7 of the 10 public cemeteries in Lisbon. These 7 cemeteries started in 1833, so they are historic cemeteries, but the last one, the 7, the one on top, is from 1996, is our most recent cemetery. Thankfully, our cremation index is around 60%, so we do not need so many acres of land, but we are keeping all the cemeteries open. So, since the 90s, we've been doing, of course, research, and we've been providing guided tours. We also did lots of routes and flyers with maps, everything that usually we do trying to promote our cemeteries. And so actually we did lots of research. So since the 90s we have lots and lots of information. Most of cemeteries have. So we have pictures, we have things in softwares, we have Excel, the Excels of the world, we all have them. And everyone has some different materials. So we have lots of research done, but they are kept on various formats. So what did we do? Thankfully, we have a colleague that is an expert on Apex. It's a software where you can develop software from Oracle. It's if you have a database, it comes with it. But the thing is, it's easy to work. This is we don't have the money to buy a software, so we did it ourselves. This is very important also. So we created something that answers our needs. We know what we have, what kind of research we already did, so we built something that would answer those needs. So the development of this software was in-house, and what we did was we created the lists and we populated the lists. This is like buildings. What kind of buildings do we have? We have oculi, we have mausoleums. So we have, everything is in Portuguese, as you can see, but trust me, that information regards the date of the monument, who built it, who is buried there, what kind, the architectonical description, pictures, so we can see all the information. We have all these tabs. We populate all these tabs with all the information, the critical information for it. Everything is in lists, so people don't have to write. So you can do a search and you can find information like, okay, this building was done in what material, so everything is available for us. All the professionals, we can pick an artist and see which monuments he built, whatever he did, so everything is very easy to access. Who are the people buried there? How do we know who he is? We have pictures, we have information. So all this gathering of information we did by collecting information that we already had. And all that lots and lots of information afterwards became something that wasn't so big. So the thing was, what can we do now? We need to have more information to populate this database. How can we do this? So we decided to ask for help. So we have lots of information on a very popular monument. Lots of people had done research about it, but other monuments that are not well known were not very known, and we didn't have lots of information. So what we did was, let's think about what we have. We have 7 cemeteries and we have lots of different constructions. The most, from an heritage point of view, the most important, and I'm using the ridiculous air quotes, so the most important are the private mausoleums. Those are very diverse. They were done by important architects usually, and they are from people that are important from a writing point of view, or an actor, or important people in Portugal through the ages. So how many of those do we have? We have more or less 15,000. So what can we do? We decided to concentrate our efforts on the 2 cemeteries that have the bigger number of this kind of mausoleums. So if we take Prazeres and Alto de São João, 2 cemeteries from 1833, we'll have almost 90% of those mausoleums covered. Okay, so what we need is someone that can go to the cemeteries and collect this information for us. So we started a volunteering opportunity. In our country, in our city, we have a platform where anyone can apply to be a volunteer, and companies can apply with volunteering programs. So we decided, okay, let's try this. We created an opportunity that we called Adopt a Street at the Cemetery. Well, and the idea is, okay, I want to work for the cemeteries, I like cemeteries, what can I do? People go to the website and say, okay, I want to adopt a street. And then what happened? Well, they get a folder, an online folder, with, of course, several documents. The most important one is the map. On this map, this is Prazeres Cemetery, they have a highlighted area, and this highlighted area is the area that they adopt. They cannot really adopt a street because we have streets that go from one side to the cemetery to the other, so very big ones, and we have very little streets with 3 or 4 mausoleums. So, but the name adopt an area was not so good, so okay, adopt a street. What they have to do is they have to take photographs of all the mausoleums. You see the little squares and the numbers. They have to take photographs of all these mausoleums. And then they put all those photographs on the folder. And they take all the pictures that they think are important. They photograph the front and the back and the epitaphs and everything. And afterwards, they do also some registration for information. For instance, they transcribe the epitaphs. So we have the epitaphs transcribed on an Excel. What they also do, after some time, they started to ask us for more work. Can we do some more stuff? Because many of them like to do genealogy. So they are, usually they do research on databases, national databases, and they find lots of documents regarding the dead people, and they wanted to put it somewhere. So we also created this folder, and all of a sudden we had dates and names and parents and links to websites where they could find more information, and they had photographs and everything in between, as you can imagine, because these volunteers are very engaged people and people that really like cemeteries. We are trying to focus on people that really like cemeteries. So they find everything and something in between. We started in January 2022, after COVID, and we have now 36 volunteers working with us. For us, this is a big number. We have 2 people that gave up. They didn't want to continue with the project, and we have 1 that concluded his area and went back to his country, so he could not keep on doing it. But usually what happens is when they finish the first part, they ask for another one. So we have lots of volunteers already on repeat, doing a new area. This is the way that we work. We cut the cemetery in pieces, and this is really our way of taking notes. And the green parts are the parts that were completed at this time. And one of the secrets that we would like to share with you, if you want to do something like this for your own cemeteries, here is some secrets of how to make it work. So one of them is keeping the volunteers engaged. So create a team. Also create on WhatsApp. We discovered this is very important because most of the people that like cemeteries, as you all can imagine, don't have many people with whom they can talk about this without feeling weird. So I'm going to visit the cemetery today. If you have a friend that likes it also, it will be nice. If your friend doesn't like cemeteries, he will look at you in a weird way. We all know this. Okay, so this is a safe space for people to talk about cemeteries too. So it's more than just a volunteering opportunity. Also give them credit. In 2022, on the Volunteers Day, which is 5 December, we did a post, sent it to all our distribution list, and people knew the names of the ones that were helping. This is very important, the give them credit part. Afterwards, also try to give them something back. So we did workshops. They don't, there aren't so many people coming to the workshops, but they like it, they learn something. What are the workshops? Our technical team will explain what cemetery stuff they don't know. So what kind of buildings we have, what kind of, how to name some symbols, that kind of thing. So keep them engaged. And this one was, we don't have a nice train for the cemetery, but we have buses. So this year we did the workshop with the cemetery bus tour, and as you can see from their very happy faces, it was very nice. So like I said, the thing with volunteers is to keep them engaged, and they will do a very nice work, and they will be your best hands-on field. So this is our experience. If nothing else works, you can try to buy them with homemade cookies. It worked for us also. So what is the future? What are we going to see next? At this time, so as you could see, they all do that work, they research all that information, then we put it on Thanatos, which is our information system. And at this moment, from those 15,000 mausoleums, we already have information on almost 15%. So we are very, very happy with this. So you can ask us for these mausoleums, lots of information, and we'll be able to provide. The idea is to have the database more populated so that we can put it online and people can share. So these volunteers that are working from the community, they are collecting information that will go back to the community through a portal. But this portal will also have connections that will enable us to have information for pilot projects and also projects for university and students. This one was already done. It's augmented reality, so you don't have to put QR codes or anything on the mausoleums. You just have to point your phone and he will recognize the image and will give you information. I have a small video. I hope it works. Let's see if this one, can you please help me and press play? It's okay. So as you can see, the cell phone is pointed to a mausoleum of a poet, and you have a digital rendition of that poet. It's a 19th century poet saying some of his own poetry. So we were talking about poetry reading. Someone can have an app and have a rendition of that poet reading from that app. This already exists, but it was a pilot project done by a university. We also did, yes, I'm finishing up. We also did a virtual reality tour of the Palmela Mausoleum, which is the biggest private mausoleum in Europe with more than 200 dead people inside. And that also, let's see if I can, thank you, I can make it work. So this is also a real project. This was a kind of a show and tell and demonstration that we did on our week of cultural week at the cemeteries that we did in Lisbon. So this is a small video, but you can see she's using those goggles and doing the information on the pilot demonstration for the virtual reality tour. So this also exists. Besides this, well, I think the future is what we can make of it. So we hope to have, in a couple of years, to have 90 to 100% of those mausoleums. Okay, 95 would be nice. And to be able to provide information for all the research and academia and anyone that is interested in cemeteries. So if you want to know more, you can follow us on our mailing list. At present, it's just in Portuguese, but we'll also have an English version in a short while. And if you need anything else, you can always email me or Sara Gonçalves. So thank you so much. I hope you appreciated our volunteers' work. Thank you.
Can I just say, wow, that is amazing. And we'll borrow you at Highgate for a little bit. We've got time for a couple of questions. I'm sure there are one, yes. So there's a roving microphone, so if you just wait, that way the people who are getting interpretation will get it in their language. But I think you made that look deceptively simple. That database took a lot of thinking to construct.
Yes, that's why we started in 2022. We started building that database in 2021 because it's an in-house development. We studied several softwares, but none of them was quite what we needed. So what we did was we researched all the Excels that people did and the kind of lists they prepared and some documentation in paper that we had lots of little documents where people recorded information, and we tried to build something, and it took several versions, and we are still doing a little fine-tuning on some of them because we don't want something for people to write on then where you cannot find anything. We want lists. So
oh, she's tough too.
Yes.
List.
Yes.
Nothing
Everything
floppy.
has to be very, very, very structured.
Yeah.
But there's space for people to write what they want, of course, but they have to, first they have to pick what they are writing about. That is the way that we can prepare a new tour. If I want, we had someone asking us, do you have boats on your cemetery? What did I do? I just went there and I searched for boats on ornaments, and I found 2 or 3, and I sent him. So, okay, we may have more, but for now, I can already give you this. So
wonderful window onto the cemetery, isn't it? Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Gisela. My name is Yvonne Mazurek. I'm the director of the non-Catholic cemetery in Rome, and I appreciate. So you told me at lunchtime that you have a mathematical background, and so your technology is solid, and I really appreciate the digital editing that you're doing in order to uniform the data. In our experience, so I came into the job in January and I inherited a project that had gone rogue. So we had very technologically minded volunteers who developed an enhancement system that was online. The technology was impressive, the design was handsome, but the scientific content was absolutely inappropriate. So in the non-Catholic cemetery in Rome, I have Irish men, Irish women who belong to the Protestant tradition, and we're all aware of the civil war that was fought in Ireland up until the 1990s. These tech people were completely insensitive to the difficult heritage of what it means to narrate Protestant heritage in a predominantly Catholic culture. So my challenge in trying to develop possible futures is how to recount difficult heritage. I have colonizers. I have people responsible for apartheid. I have the elite buried next to political revolutionaries. I have war criminals who died and were buried in my cemetery. I have Russian intellectuals buried next to Ukrainian emigres. I have people with mixed backgrounds. How is it that Lisbon is combining the challenge of narrating a difficult heritage, and we know, of course, that Portugal has its own colonial background that's very recent. Up until 50 years ago, it was an imperial power. So how do you combine, how do you make technology experts dialogue with humanists and create a really valid tool that combines the best of digital humanities? Because in my experience, it's the technology experts that dominate the conversation when in fact we're talking about people's lives, people's memories, and people who also have uncomfortable narratives that need to be metabolized.
I think I can, yes, I will try to give a short answer with two lines. First, I try to conjugate the two areas. So I work, many of you already know me from some years ago. I work, my background, that works, is from mathematics, and I work with information systems, but my heart is with cemeteries, and I'm doing work on art history. So I'm a little bit of a mix of the two worlds, and we have a very good developing information system team, and usually we can make them understand the importance of certain things. We cannot do everything. Yes, we do lists, like I said, and the lists have to be very rigorous, but we also have to have space to create that kind of information. What we do is we have what we call themes. And we have themes that we can have, like, okay, Portuguese tiles, and we mark all the buildings that have Portuguese tiles. But this also works for other kinds of themes. For instance, Protestant Irish people. You can mark them, you can see them on the cemetery, you can see them on lists, you can have a view for those themes, who is where and why, and you can write about it, and you can make a filter, and you can choose that theme, and you can have a different view. When you're preparing a new tour, when we're preparing a brochure, you can go there and you can search by that theme, and you can make sure to include that. We have several difficult themes, not only colonialism, we had a dictatorship until 1974. So we have those peoples buried on our cemeteries. So we cannot pretend they don't exist, but we cannot also give them so much relevance that you forget everything else. So we have to have a system that allows us to have everything very structured, so we can highlight what needs to be highlighted, and we can use the information as best as we can. So for that we use themes. Sorry, it was not very short.
Great.
I'm sorry.
I think actually that's a great subject for a conference sometime, that contested heritage, how you assess the significance of different people in your cemeteries and make sure we don't forget the marginalized and the otherwise forgotten. And that is very context dependent. And let's go and visit your cemetery, because it's one of the best places in Rome, I think. So skip all the big tourist spots. Thank you very much, Gisela. Thank you. Oh, hold on. How can I say no to Andrea? You'll put me out of time, though.
It's short. It's about community. It's about community. What about the community of the owners? Did you involve them in your database? Yes or no?
Yes, we do have the owners on the database. They are not taking pictures of the cemeteries, but they are in the database. For us, the owners are very important to know that if that mausoleum is still owned by someone, or it's abandoned. So all that information is also there. Unfortunately, it's in Portuguese, so it's difficult to follow up, but the owners are also involved, not directly involved, taking pictures and stuff, but they are involved in the system. We have to know who they are. Can I go now?
One more. Thank you very much. Oh, I've lost control completely here.
Very short. Great presentation. Thanks. It's a great way to involve the community, but I just have one question. How do you make sure that the information the volunteers share is accurate? Do they have a training in research? Or?
Well, we gave them some information so they can do the basic, how to transcribe a epitaph, for instance. But afterwards, first we thought about just transcribing everything directly, like some kind of a mechanical, automated way from that those Excels to the system. And then we realized that we had to do that. We had to verify everything. So it makes the process slower, because ourselves, our technicians, we have to pick that data and review it before we record it to the database. But we are doing that on personally, one by one. But it makes the system better, and we make sure that the database stays the most accurate possible. So that's something that we take into account. Can I go now?
Yeah. Fantastic. Thanks very much. And next up we have Stefania Traverso from Genoa to talk about the twin of the monumental cemetery of Staglieno in Genoa. Thank you very much.
Intanto ho l'onore di continuare le presentazioni oggi pomeriggio dopo un intervento così interessante, quindi devo tenere alto il livello dell'audience e quindi chiedo alla regia di far partire il video. Cosa abbiamo combinato? Sopralluogo e poi abbiamo provato a costruire una versione digitale del cimitero. Lo vediamo dall'alto, sorvolandolo col drone. Vedete quanto è esteso? E mentre noi ci avviciniamo vi mostriamo anche quelli che sono già i dati estratti dalle nuvole fatte con i rilievi del laser. Insieme ci sono i sopralluoghi fatti attraverso l'auto e con i mezzi specificamente adottati per fare questo rilievo, fatti apposta per andare in luoghi antichi. Si è divertito molto il nostro fornitore parigino. I dati sono di grande accuratezza, ci consentono di vedere le informazioni in molti modi, con una realtà aumentata. E qui vediamo il Pantheon, che è la chiesa dentro al cimitero di Staglieno, dove sono sepolti i grandi uomini famosi, nessuna donna però. Siamo provati il cimitero di Genova. Questa è la restituzione di altissima qualità della vita. Ecco, grazie a questo lavoro abbiamo vinto il premio italiano per la miglior applicazione per lo Smart Cultural Heritage 2023 alla conferenza ASRI, e quindi adesso vado a raccontarvi che cosa abbiamo fatto con tanta emozione e anche con molto onore per questo impegno che ci siamo presi. Ecco, dovete sapere che fare questo lavoro è stata proprio una scelta fatta dal mio ufficio che si occupa dei sistemi informativi geografici del Comune di Genova, che insieme alla direzione dei servizi civici ha portato avanti questa idea, questo prototipo. Vi porto anche i saluti dell'ingegnere Irma Fassone, che è alla direzione dei cimiteri del Comune di Genova e che oggi non è potuta essere qui. Digital twin, ovvero una replica digitale di quello che può essere un elemento esistente nella realtà. Perché andare a costruire un digital twin del cimitero? Andare a costruire una versione virtuale di qualcosa che è così ricco di passato, ricco di emozioni, ricco di memoria, per 3 cose fondamentali che adesso vi chiedo di ricordare: conservazione, manutenzione insieme alla gestione e comunicazione. Quindi conservazione, gestione, comunicazione. Su questi 3 pilastri abbiamo deciso di lavorare e siamo andati a studiare intanto il nostro territorio. Io mi occupo di mappe, quindi vi faccio guardare con attenzione quello che vedete a sinistra. Che cos'è che rilevate guardando quella mappa? Domanda, come faccio ai miei studenti? Cosa vedete lì? Che cos'è che possiamo identificare? Intanto là sopra c'è una cosa azzurra. Che cosa potrà significare secondo voi, to your opinion? Fiume, water. Poi abbiamo una zona pianeggiante, poi vedete che abbiamo delle zone fortemente acclivi. Quindi in questa mappa vedo già che c'è un territorio complesso e un territorio molto esteso. Il cimitero di Staglieno è stato ufficialmente aperto nel 1851 su un progetto di Carlo Barabino, portato avanti poi dal suo discepolo Giovanni Battista Resasco, e dentro c'è un patrimonio incredibile di arte che va da quello che è il neoclassicismo a altre tipologie artistiche, il realismo borghese, lo stile Liberty, il déco. Realismo borghese perché Genova finalmente vede nell'Ottocento che cosa? Un posto dove anche la borghesia può immortalare se stessa, salvarsi per l'eternità per quello che ha fatto, quindi non solo i grandi armatori o famiglie nobili hanno qui le tombe, ma soprattutto i borghesi o anche il popolino, che risparmia tutta la vita per costruire delle tombe magnifiche. E qui l'arte veramente spazia, e se venite a trovarci in maniera reale o virtuale potrete godere proprio di quelle che noi chiamiamo Genova vibes, no? Delle emozioni che potete davvero sentire entrando e visitando il cimitero. Però c'è questa mappa che avete visto. Che cosa ci dice quella mappa? Che il territorio non è un territorio semplice. È stato costruito lì il cimitero di Staglieno perché era un'area disponibile. Genova sapete che nasce tra mare e monti, non abbiamo tanto spazio, quello era uno spazio possibile a quell'epoca, ma è un territorio fragile perché è vicino al torrente Bisagno, che voi conoscete per le inondazioni, perché proprio sotto al territorio del cimitero c'è un affluente del Bisagno che spesso ha dei problemi, perché quella zona acclive che cosa ci porta? Non sto a ricordarvi la parola che forse tutti hanno in testa ultimamente, quando abbiamo dei versanti acclivi e dei problemi legati all'acqua, il rischio idrogeologico. Quindi frequentemente ci sono problemi anche legati alla stabilità di alcune parti del cimitero e soprattutto c'è una grande umidità. Quindi i lavori che possono essere fatti e portati avanti hanno bisogno di cura, di attenzione e di costante manutenzione. E quindi qui arriviamo noi perché abbiamo pensato che produrre una versione digitale del cimitero potesse fornire uno strumento davvero innovativo per aiutare. Grazie all'opera sia dei ragazzi del mio ufficio sia al nostro fornitore abbiamo fatto dei sopralluoghi e poi siamo andati a fare i rilievi. Rilievi di vario genere che quindi si sono adattati sia agli spazi aperti, agli spazi alberati, sia alle gallerie, alle zone chiuse che sono presenti nel cimitero, sia per scopi di racconto, anche se volete didascalico, di quello che può essere il cimitero, con un certo grado di accuratezza e rappresentazione, ma anche arrivando a dettagli veramente molto alti per andare a percepire quelle che possono essere le crepe o i problemi di manutenzione di alcune statue. Quindi sono stati fatti rilievi con l'automobile, con quello che l'azienda fornitrice ha chiamato Giolangerino, ovvero una piccola versione fatta proprio a mano, no? Tailor made per andare nelle zone molto anguste. I rilievi sono stati fatti con 2 diversi tipi di laser scan e l'ultimo dei 2 che vi presento qua è ad esempio una macchina che non era stata mai usata in Italia. Perché? Perché ci piace giocare alto e noi pensiamo che sia necessario cercare di dare sempre meglio come funzione pubblica anche per portare la scienza a servizio del cittadino e realizzare dei prodotti interessanti, utili. Stazioni totali ci hanno consentito di rilevare ben 5 chilometri di aree di tragitto con modalità sia fotopanoramiche che punti laser e anche di avere dalle stazioni totali tantissime immagini che vengono poi riferite a dei siti di particolare interesse. Questi sono alcuni esempi della restituzione che viene fatta. Abbiamo foto 360, abbiamo delle scansioni che possono essere fatte su scale di grigio a colori, abbiamo anche la possibilità di colorare per profondità il nostro dato e studiare quindi quanto una statua, un elemento aggetta rispetto al fondale. Quindi se volete qualcuno potrebbe dirci ma avete fatto Google Maps, Google Street View? No. La tecnologia è la simile, ma questo lavoro è migliore, è più accurato, è fatto dai fondi del comune e soprattutto la cosa importante è misurabile. Quindi questa cosa che introduco vuol dire che io posso andare, sia in questo caso, ma soprattutto anche in questo caso, andare a prendere le misure sugli elementi con accuratezze di tipo centimetrico e valutare effettivamente nella realtà quello che guardo, quanto è grande, quale è la sua area, qual è la sua pendenza. Delle 3 parole chiave che sono i 3 pilastri abbiamo detto che una era conservazione. Allora abbiamo deciso di scegliere 4 statue e di andare veramente a cercare la massima definizione possibile oggi per poterle rappresentare in 3D. Perché questo? Perché se un giorno queste statue dovessero andare perdute, grazie a questo tipo di rilievo le potremo riprodurre. Non vogliamo che succeda, ma se dovesse succedere lo possiamo fare. E inoltre possiamo anche essere di aiuto per quello che è tutto il lavoro di restauro. Queste 4 statue hanno una storia. Quella che vedete, quella che amo di più, è quella a sinistra, perché è la tomba di Caterina Campodonico, detta la signora delle noccioline. Ora immaginatevi questa signora che viveva per strada, vendeva dolcetti e noccioline e tutta la vita ha messo da parte i suoi soldi perché nel futuro qualcuno la ricordasse e questa statua è stata fatta. Anche lei era ancora viva, lei ha potuto vederla e dare l'approvazione su com'era. Poi ci sono altri grandissimi esempi come quasi contemporanea, invece una visione completamente diversa fatta da Monteverde con la tomba Oneto che è stata replicata in giro per il mondo, la tomba Carpaneto che la principessa Sissi visitò per avere alcune idee su come poteva essere eventualmente una tomba per il figlio e poi la tomba Ribaudo che trovate sulla copertina di Joy Division negli anni 70. Quindi il cimitero è stato di ispirazione a molti e continua ad esserlo. Abbiamo detto gestione, management. Il portale di navigazione dati che costruiamo ci consente di misurare le strade, gli alberi, contarli, fare dei database che ci aiuteranno sempre più a fare una gestione oculata, misurabile, quantificabile delle risorse che abbiamo, degli asset che ci sono. Quindi i nostri tecnici stanno imparando in sviluppo, perché quello che vi mostro è assolutamente un prototipo che sta entrando a regime adesso. E ultima parte, comunicazione. Ma ci sono un sacco di persone lontane che non conoscono il cimitero. Ci sono delle persone negli Stati Uniti che ci scrivono, magari hanno un'associazione, ci aiutano e vorrebbero tanto goderne e fruirne, ma non possono. Oppure ci sono persone con disabilità che non hanno modo di visitare il cimitero perché comunque è molto complesso. Allora oggi diamo la possibilità anche di costruire una realtà virtuale in sviluppo, ma sicuramente in fase avanzata, dove potremo vedere le statue che interagiscono direttamente con l'utente e saranno con noi a parlarci, a raccontarci la realtà di ieri e magari anche a interagire per quella di domani. E con questo vi ringrazio e sono a disposizione.
Well, that's amazing application of technology again to the cemetery. I wonder if anyone has any questions about that. While you're thinking of it, I've got a question for you. How many cemetery managers have LiDAR surveys to that level of detail of their historic assets? Whoa!
Yeah, we are the first one.
Work to do, haven't we? Are there any questions? No? In that case, thank you very much. We'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
So next up is Dusan Urban, who you will all know as the ASCE administrator, talking about stories versus stories, the added value of the cemetery heritage for the AI world. This is a really high-tech afternoon we've got for you. Dusan.
Well, thank you, Ian. After 2 presentations I have seen now, it's very hard to step here. So help me, GPT. Anyway, these are strange times we live in. You know it, and you don't know who wrote you the last email. Was it GPT or was it that person who should write? And today I don't want to clear that. I don't want to clear your mind. I don't want to give you any solutions. I want to make it even more complicated. Okay? It will be a lot of strange stuff happening here now. And it is with a purpose, because after as well seeing these 2 presentations now, thank you ladies, I am really sure that as cemeteries we should use these technologies, be on the frontiers of these technologies, because we are a perfect material and we can improve it, we can make it better. How? I don't know. I will just try to solve some things. Anyway, the story, my story actually begins some 30 years ago. When some of you remember this, yeah, of course, I was offered this technology by a school friend. He said, "You have a personal computer?" And I said, "Yes." "You should take this." And I said, like, "Why?" He said, you will go to the internet with this. And I said, "I don't have a passport, sorry." So yeah, eventually he said I could go to the FBI site. And I said, "Okay, give me it." So luckily, I was still young, and FBI was not that looking at us, and so yeah, I managed to escape. Anyway, but quite quickly I came to the first social media. It looked like this. And I have met a wonderful Finnish girl. And we had, well, a wonderful time, okay? And as you might wonder, I don't know if she was a girl. Yeah? okay? But we really had a nice time. And why am I saying this? Because later it will be important, as you will see. And yes, there were already political aspirations at that time and social media. Nothing new today, okay? When you see something, when you see your politicians on the social media, it's normal for 30 years already. Anyway, the internet speed was going higher and higher and higher, and I have noticed that it is correlated with hair loss. I don't know how exactly, but anyway, it doesn't matter. So in about 2002, I got a really interesting proposal by a wonderful lady in the front row here, who later became the president of the Association of Significant Cemeteries of Europe. And she said, Dusan, can you come to the cemetery and help around the marketing and IT? Because she knew I was in this stuff, so I was in communications and IT, and they said, oh yes, why not? This sounds strange. So yeah, like 3 years later, I was already writing one article. It is in Slovenian, sorry, but I was writing a vision that we will walk the cemeteries in the future, and the images will pop up of the stories of people who lived in that city. I was imagining holograms, okay, at that time, but then there were some displays, and we got mobile phones, and we look at the mobile phones, what is going on. But what I have learned quite quickly is that there are already displays. There are tombstones. And I have noticed that our brains have this strange capability. When we look at the tombstone, and there are just a few words on that tombstone, and perhaps a symbol, we can imagine a person. I show this to students, young students, who don't know this name. Some of you may know him. And I say, how do you imagine this person? And I get responses, smiling, cheering, positive, good father, which is obvious. And then I say, well, does he look like this? And they say like, yeah, that's how he looks like in my mind, okay? A cheering, positive person, just by looking at the monument. And this is our brain, because you didn't see that person before. This is just, you can imagine that person, perhaps a little bit different, but you have a feeling he was smiling and cheering and everything. And so I noticed that cemeteries are a big space of stories, and mostly positive. And this is very important. Because when we scan the whole Stagliano, when we do get volunteers to make photos of the tombstones, we are actually catching those positive posts. We are catching, and we have the data ready for machine learning. And if we insert enough of these messages into the machine, the positive messages, the somehow true or not true stories about these people, then we are teaching the machine actually some of the important facts about us, about our emotions, about how we see the world, about how we acted and lived in this world. We say to the machines, these are the symbols we use. These are the meanings of these symbols. And these are the graves we like. These are the graves where we put a lot of candles, a lot of flowers. So these are the important, for instance, for the others who are not that important because they don't have so many candles. And actually, all the time when we are taking photos, when we are transcribing the messages on the tombstones, we have the material that is capable for machine to know who we are, what we are. And what we are doing actually is putting in the stories of lives of people. And what I really love is, there is an article on the Cemeteries Route website written by Joanna, I won't say the surname. So she wrote an article, which is one of my favorite articles on the topic of the cemeteries. And she said, okay, cemeteries are the spaces to celebrate the uniqueness of human existence. So what we are doing when we are inserting photos into the machine is actually celebrating the uniqueness of each individual who was living in in the city and is now in the cemetery. Now back to the technology, because you want to listen to the technology, right? Yeah. So in 2015, some of you already know this case because I was presenting it 5 years ago. There was one of the first AI chat machines built. So ChatGPT is quite late, and it's quite late anyway. So you can see on the left side the couple, not a couple, just friends. And the guy died. He was 36 years old, and she was very sad. And she was running a software company developing artificial intelligence systems. And she created a chatbot. And she inserted all the messages she had with him, and all the messages his friends had with him, and the family, and so on and so on. And she created a chatbot and started the chat. Roman, this is your digital monument. And she started chatting with Roman. And then this chat was also given an option for others to chat. And they observed what is happening with the feelings. How do you accept that you can chat with somebody who died? And of course, there was a lot of different, let's say, ways that people experienced it. Some were thrilled and some were shocked because they have learned things they couldn't otherwise, because he wouldn't say it to them. But what this actual case and this case here shows is that people can get emotionally attached and engaged with virtually nobody. The same thing that happened to me 30 years ago with that beautiful Finnish girl. Okay? She was just text, pure text. But something happened. And if you look at this documentary, please watch it, it's amazing. You will see that the whole NASA team was engaged with robots for 17, 18 years. They were experienced them as, I don't know, humans. So that's why this year and for last year I said, okay, let's do some experiments. What we can do with AI and cemeteries, how we can combine all of this. Can we present a person's life? I ran just 5 experiments. I have like 10 others possible that I wanted to. And I said, okay, ChatGPT, write me a story about a person who lived in Maribor. I gave a name and he wrote me. And then I said, okay, make it 50 words and more storytelling. And then she was a wife of somebody famous in Maribor. And I said, okay, this is now it. And write me a text so I can give it into another AI program to make me an image of who that person was. And I got the text and I got the images from AI in a few minutes. So basically, it was a storytelling, and it's like any other guide or any other person who wants to do it could do it. And it gave me an image how it could look like. But then I said, okay, I want more. I want to have a chat with the deceased. Can you do this, ChatGPT? And he said, well, I can, but it's not really good thing that you decide for this, okay? Consider before you do it. But I said, okay, I want to do it anyway, yeah, okay? Because I have a presentation, I have to show something. And I said, okay, if you were Mel Blanc, just answer me some questions. And he said, okay, no problem. So this is the guy you have seen the tombstone before. And I said, I want to have a chat with you. What would you like to know? And I said, how are things lately? And the ChatGPT said, okay, I cannot answer this. It's a stupid question. Sorry, you have to be more careful what you ask. And I said, okay, what moment defined you as a comedian? And I got an answer, and I was thinking, oh my God, this is something new. Why? Because I don't have to read some historical facts. I can ask a person, and that person answers me something, which is a fact, because it was taken somewhere from the facts. It may be wrong, yes, of course. So the guide may be wrong. I don't want to discuss this now because I know what you're thinking. But anyway, he said, this is a moment that defined me as a comedian. And I said, okay, nice thing, okay. So write me something that I can imagine this, and I got the picture of how he could look like in that moment, in that particular moment. And then I said, okay, what would you write on your tombstone? And the ChatGPT said, that's all folks, which was actually written. And I said, okay, no, sorry, this is actually written on your tombstone. Make something new. Make it something that defined you as a comedian. And he said, all aboard, which is kind of funny also. So, you know, I liked it. I liked the solution. And he said, okay, for the symbol, you can use the train conductor's hat. So yeah, it moved on with the experiments. I said, can you present a city? Oh, I'm short on time. So it said, yeah, no problem. I can present you Los Angeles. It gave me a general presentation of Los Angeles. And I said, oh, I'm not satisfied with that. Can you present Los Angeles by using cemeteries as your input? And he said, yes. And there is a difference. If you will watch slides later, the difference is that once I took a focus on cemeteries, it started describing city as more diverse, as more interesting than ever before. This experiment I have skipped, and then I just said, okay, create me also a monument. And after some going forward and backward what I want, and this text, you can go get it all on slides, it created me a monument for somebody imagined with all the descriptions, with all the details. So I have received in 20 minutes of some work, a monument, a picture of the monument for a person that didn't exist. Anyway, there is a problem. It has 6 fingers. AI has problems with fingers. Really, that's something that they don't know how to solve
is nothing
yet.
new.
But what is
Renaissance
interesting,
masters, Renaissance masters,
I could give this picture
anonymous
to
artisans,
Robert
anonymous
to make
artisans
me a
who
monument.
executed their concepts. Some artists
So,
today, Koons and
more or
Catalan,
less,
like Koons and Catalan, using the rope.
in 2 years, 3 years, I expect that people will be able to order a monument for their deceased person and say, make it look like one of the Stagliano monuments. And there will be something. Will they love it or not? I don't know. All I know is that AI is here. It will provide a lot of interesting solutions, ideas, and people will use some of these solutions and ideas. And it is art, and it is artificial, it is human, and it is a machine. And want it or not, we create relationship, emotional relationships, even with those solutions. Thank you.
That's amazing. We go from the precise managerial LiDAR model of things that concretely exist to an amazingly explosive, romantic understanding of how AI can engage us with the past. And the wonderful thing AI is also good for is writing memorial inscriptions, because somehow they're programmed always to say nice things about people. So it never says, was a bit of a pain in the proverbial, or wasn't that nice. They're always lovely and amazing. And a friend of mine asked AI about me, and it gave my age as 10 years younger, and it said I write for the Times and the Independent, and I'm a noted journalist. So I love that. Any questions for Dusan about what you can do with AI, or what you shouldn't be doing with AI?
Write emails.
The question is what... Thank you, Lydia. The question is, what should we not use AI for?
Yeah, good question. I think, of course, not fall in love or not think that it brings facts. And I think the easier part is what we should do is just be creative and be careful. I think, we will learn what we shouldn't do. And I will skip the scary part because I am studying AI a lot, and the scary part is that there is like, I don't know, you know what GPT means? No? It's generative, pre-programmed transformer. And the last word, transformer, is the scary part. That's why it's short, okay? Because transformer means it can transform itself. And that's why it is so good. So, yeah.
Great.
Don't let it transform too much.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so that's the first time we've ever had the answer at a conference, don't fall in love, isn't it? There we go. Thank you very much, Dushan.
Thank you.
That was almost as good as Alessandro's performance this morning in terms of livening things up and a bit of a break in the serious business, I think. So next up, we have Renata Santoro from Turin and Ilaria Papa, who are talking about On Death, digital strategies to excite memory applied and applicable to the monumental cemetery of Turin. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have to read, because if not, I'm going to be too long. Here we go. Here we are. So, I'm Renata Santoro. If someone was here this morning, you know me. In any case, because from Utile Italia Safety, but now I'm here for this, that is the title of my degree thesis in communication and multimedia that I had this year in May. The attention of the community and the way of thinking about the historical cultural heritage of our cemetery has been transformed in technological too, like we have seen in the last few speeches. In every era and in all communities, it's now clear that the death is such a lacerating event that it is frightening and therefore must find out something to neutralize it so that can be restored a sort of balance and protection from potential negativity. The cemeteries after Napoleon are, as we see them today, places where the memory is not only the personal memory of a single person, but it is collective memory and it is witness of the city's story. In another occasion, Mariangela Gelati, guess here, puts in evidence a special thought which I deeply agree with. Cemeteries can be read like books on the ground among the tombstone, a vision that belongs by Jean Didier Urbain. Nowadays, the majority of people do not think about the cemetery as a place dedicated to the memory, much less recognize it as a common space. I believe that it is a process that began many years ago in our frenetic society, mainly oriented towards the removal of the word death. And it is something made not only for the little ones, but often also among adults. Memory is reconstructor of personal identities and of the community too. In this, an important role is reserved for municipal administrators. In Turin, it was necessary to remember those who have no tombstone, no headstone, and the administrators provided a virtual form of memorial. It is an installation of 3 multimedia monitors. The central totem has a keyboard to type the name of the dead person who was cremated, who has no tombstone. On the sides, the other 2 monitors scroll in loop all the names entered in the database of ashes dispersions or family custody. All communities need a place of memory in which to rediscover their stories, to keep alive the person of who have allowed us to live this present and not another kind of present. A significant number of people take part at readings, events, in the Turin cemeteries, that we organize in summertime in historical areas, in different occasions for the International Turin Book Fair and for the Week of Discovering European Cemeteries and so on. Other public events of great interest are all those kind of storytelling with music or without it, in collaboration and networking with local theater and musical association. Many opportunities allows us to share photographs on social media, publish videos and spread the news on the events on the web. All these kind of activities intend to stimulate thinking about our dead affection, and it allows to elaborate of one's personal experience. We are in a world in which the use of communication technology are important in social exchange. It is the value, the connective one, that releases a potential that devises mass sites by adapting. The development of online cemeteries valorization is a project during the lockdown, the COVID ones, had a very positive turn thanks to the element of interconnection between people and places. Furthermore, the online use becomes important, especially for those with physical limitations or for those that live very far from the cemetery. We found another big value of the immense historical, artistic, and cultural heritage of Turin cemeteries in emotional tools that may positively influence visitors. The activities involved visual communication in the area and throughout the institutional website of the cemetery. With smartphones, the strategies have materialized through QR code and georeferenced map, such as our auto. We have more than 250 cultural information structures corresponding to the burials, more attractive for the stories or for the arts. The use of QR code is fundamental, or something like that. If not QR code, the augmented area. The QR code allows access to textual and multimedia content. The use of very large QR codes reproduced on the itinerary plans for tactile visits has been truly strategic for groups of nearly blind people. Great support for the implementation of the institutional website of the cemeteries came from Google services and products. For example, the Google Calendar for immediate visibility of the visit and the event program in the Google modules, or Google modules are used for photographic permission, historical research, and book-guided tours requests. Very useful becomes the creation of Google Business profile dedicated to the monumental cemetery of Turin. Technology, therefore, becomes a necessary tool to enhance cemeteries and satisfy their visitors by making them participate and aware of their public space. A cultural strategy that interprets new communication technology as an evolutionary opportunity. Opportunities through which to realize creative energy according to the principle of the playful participatory path to digital citizenship. This is Derek Dekerkov. No, it's not me. Graffiti without walls are some kind of tours with on-air radio. To paraphrase Marshall McLuhan, if the medium is the message, then the user is truly the content. It is really, it is a reality that by involving the user through the web, he himself becomes the object of analysis. For example, writing posts about cemeteries, using the hashtag, putting likes in social media, and so on. The analysis will tell us lots of things, lots of ideas. All what we had published continues its function over time, because everybody can find it over time on web through the keywords we use for the research tags. The concept of long tail becomes by Chris Anderson, using it to describe the success of an idea, a process or a product on the web is not based only on its immediate impact, but over time. To conclude, I would like to give a meaning to the title, On Death. It brings to mind an excellent text by Luciano Floridi entitled The On Life Manifesto, Being Human in Hyper-Connected Era. This is my hope, to promote, at least at the national level, a manifesto to be written by several hands, shared with scholars, experts, tour sectors, but also with citizens, tourist operators, cultural associations, and all the stakeholders of cemeteries. All together to make a change, provoke a new revolution of thought, and with the new technologies bring cemeteries back to life in a dynamic, inclusive, and collaborative way. This is not a conclusion. If a conclusion is meant to be wrapping up what should be remembered from the preceding work, which translated means this is not a conclusion if a conclusion is intended to conclude what should be remembered from previous work. My last 5 minutes for Ilaria Papa.
Good afternoon. Okay, so at the very first place, I really like to thank Renata Santoro for having given us these 5 minutes and all the organizers of this conference. Because it gives us the opportunity to present this project, Cultural Roots of this Council of Europe, Cultural Heritage, Landscape and Tourism. This is an educational project, a teaching project that is being carried on under the scientific supervision and scientific coordination of Professor Silvia Beltramo of Politecnico di Torino d'Ist. And I collaborate at that time as a tutor of the activities inside my research project, a research fellowship that was dedicated to cultural heritage. So within the program of the project dedicated to European cultural roots, last academic year a workshop dedicated to cultural roots was organized, and it was, as you can see, structured in these 3 main modules, among which the role of the European cemeteries route really was important for the activities. We had the opportunity during the lectures to have also the contribution of Dusan Urban as well as of other colleagues from University of Turin, and then we can experience practically with our students some visits in the Certosa di Bologna, and thanks to Renata Santoro in the Monumental Cemetery of Turin, and then in the last part of the work students were invited to reflect on project proposals. So here at the end of all the work of this first step of workshop, we decided to make a publication that collect all the lectures of our guests, our site visit experience, and finally, but not last, the work of the students. And that was for us really, really interesting because we invited them to reflect on the 2 selected priority field of action, the one of contemporary cultural practice for enhanced heritage and the cultural tourism and sustainable development. So we had different kind of proposals, in particular in this first field, the one of cultural tourism, we had someone who reflected on the importance of cemeteries as a green space for cities cities and not only for tourism, other that reflect on creating new paths and more accessible paths, analyzing also the data of the target of visitors in different cemeteries, especially in the one of Turin, of course, thanks to Renata. And then we really try to reflect with students on the cemeteries of futures, also trying to involving new practice and also contemporary arts. So we had other project proposals related to the artistic tombs, as well as introducing fashion events in cemeteries, not neglected in the end the cooperation with children, with family tourists, and the educational aspect of cultural heritage. So this is briefly and quickly an overview of the activity that lasts 1 year. So you can find here, download from here, from the academia.edu website, our publication. And of course, I bring to you the greetings of Professor Beltramo, who will be glad to hear about you. The workshop was only the first step of this project dedicated to cultural roots, and so we will be glad to discuss together and to plan the future developments of this project. Thank you so much for your attention, and Renata, thank you.
Well, thanks very much, Ilaria. I wish we had another 20 minutes to give to you about that project with students, and perhaps that's another thing we could do in the future. Those of us who are working with students and resources for education in cemeteries could get together, because I know that a number of you are doing really interesting things, and we could talk with each other about that. I'm looking at Tamara Engels over there in particular. So that'd be really, really interesting. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, questions. I was so excited by that. Questions for Renata or Ilaria? No. We will come back to that later then. So moving on to the next speaker, we have Evangelia Baffuni from the municipality of Piraeus, talking about anastasis, the resurrection, addressing the challenges to move from words to rejuvenation, which is something Dushan has shown us how to do virtually. Let's hear about it from an expert. Thank you very much.
It's not exactly the same thing. First of all, I would like to thank you, the organization. Thank you to be with you. Thank you to be in this wonderful city. And another thing is that I am between people that they are interested on cemeteries, because, as you know very well, when we are talking with our friends and with our colleagues that we are interested about cemeteries, they think that we are crazy, or we have a problem, a medical problem that we have to resolve it quickly. I think most of you, if you have been in Greece, you know Piraeus. You don't know Piraeus. You visited Piraeus because if you were obliged to take the ship, so you passed over Piraeus. And Piraeus is not what you see for half an hour or an hour. It's a very big city. It's the main port of Athens. It was, go on please. It's in a distance of, you can see the map, it's in a distance of 8 or 11 kilometers. It all depends from where you go in Athens. And it played a very important role in the antiquity, as it plays today. In the antiquity was, would you mind go faster, please? I will do it. Okay, thank you. Piraeus was a flourishing port even on the antiquity, supporting the city-state of Athens. The classical period of Athens was not due to the silver of Sunion, of Lavrion, it was due to the commerce, also due to the commerce of Piraeus. In the modern Greek state, Piraeus had its first mayor as a municipality in 1835. It was mostly resided by Icelanders that came to the port in the hope of a better life next to the capital Athens. Still, in 1834, Piraeus was a small, insignificant port with very few citizens. During the 19th and the 20th century, though, the city and the port raised significantly and became the first and more significant industrial center of Greece. Today, Piraeus is the largest and the busiest port in Greece and one of the most important in the Mediterranean Sea. It's the main hub connecting Europe, Asia, and Africa. And Piraeus is the maritime and former industrial center of the Athens metropolitan area and of the whole Greece, and one of the most densely populated cities in Europe. And now we're going to see why the Cemetery of Anastasi plays this role. The history of Piraeus cemeteries. As always, the history of the cities, you repeated a lot of times today, goes hand in hand with the history of the city itself. The first cemetery was located in a primary area, Agios Dionysios, very close. It's where you take the ship for Crete, where tombs from ancient times were discovered during the excavations. In 1874, the municipality decided the space was needed to build a development to house the numerous sex workers that surrounded the port in one place. That pushed the municipality to take the decision to push the cemetery in another place. The cemetery was decided to be moved, but the move itself didn't happen until 35 years later, in 1999, excuse me. The inaugurations of the new cemetery Anastasis took place in March 1904, although its operation began in 1999. With the growth of the city and the poor, citizens' income also grew. Wherever you see growth and wealth, people attempt to symbolize their wealth through brilliant funerary monuments. Anastasis is no exception. Wealthy Piraeus industrialists and merchants follow the comme il faut of the era and commissioned well-known artists to construct their graves. Some examples, some photographs of examples. This is a monument of an engineer, of an English engineer who came in Piraeus and became Greek. He passed all his life there. He made a lot of money. He made a lot of factories. And it's the main tomb in the other side of the church in the cemetery of Anastasis. This is a monument of somebody who came very poor from an island called Kythera, and who, when he died, he came in 1850, and when he died in 1930, he had made about 10 fortunes. Here is the monument of one of the first mayors of Piraeus, coming from Chios. This is the cadastral survey of Anastasis, plan of 1971. The whole area is about 1,100 meters square. Growth is always followed by busts. With the decline of the industrial economy of the city, citizens' wealth decreased as well. Population increases required the new cemeteries to be built around the area. That meant that Anastasis was no longer of functional use. Since 2008, no new burials are allowed except if you own a family burial city in the cemetery. This is the decline of one part of the cemetery of Anastasis. It's the part where they are the tombs of the 3-year burials, that they are not allowed now. Let's lie now the city with the cemetery. Piraeus is a city that lacks large green spaces around its city center, making Anastasis large open areas and well-maintained grounds one of the few green locations in the area. In combination with the cultural heritage that the burial sites are providing, the cemetery has become a destination for educational and historical tours. With the right vision and planning, it can be transformed into a point of interesting and a valuable green space for the people of the city to enjoy for years to come. Here is a plan of the whole city of Piraeus. I have to tell you that the cemetery of Anastasis now, it doesn't belong the whole area to Piraeus. It belongs to Piraeus, but the half of the cemetery is in another municipality that's called Keratsini, and that provokes all the time fights because Keratsini wants to take a part of the cemetery, and the municipality of Piraeus refused because says that it's my cemetery and you have no right to take it. The great area, observing the map, one can easily recognize the reason why it is necessary to upgrade and highlight the cemetery as a large modern park heritage site, open and inclusive to all the members of the community and visitors. Concerning the environmental degradation and the urban design, Piraeus is the European Union city with the lowest amount of green per capita, 1.56 meter square. Open spaces cover only 2.12% of the city, while 11,000 acres are covered by abandoned and former industrial buildings. The region of Piraeus generally does not have large green areas, which creates a problem for the microclimate, and not only. This highlights as one of the main challenges the need to recreate existing spaces, like the Anastasis Cemetery, to sizable green regeneration project. The municipality of Piraeus created a strategy of reforming the cemetery as a cultural and historical part, which includes spatial analysis and architectural renovation that will oversee the restoration of selected graves and statues, analysis of architectural renovation and accessibility and landscaping elements, pathways, planting, sanding, and rest points. A set of coordinated actions will then seek to position the cemetery meaningfully within established national and international green and cultural heritage frameworks. Direct benefits will be improvements in the quality of life of citizens, making the city more sustainable, enhancement of the tourism and economic activity, better relationship between citizens and city, preservation of important cultural heritage. Other planned works in this project: restorations of a big number of monuments, designification of granary, historical inscriptions, route planning for visitors, setting up booths for the visitors, regular transport connection with the center of Piraeus. Most of these planned works, we heard it that they are already done in a lot of cemeteries in Italy. This project will establish an inclusive cultural heritage city that embraces a pluralistic regeneration of the narratives and perspectives that underpin the cemetery's status as a site of local cultural identity and memory. This is the plan as it was made. That was the first page of the plan that the municipality of Piraeus made. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you very much. That's a non technological visualization of the future cemetery, isn't it? It's how we reformat cemeteries from their traditional roles to parks and public spaces for the future. But sometimes that is quite a contested activity in itself. I wonder if anyone has any questions about that, if you've had similar projects. I've got a question.
The municipality of Piraeus counts to have more tourists, even though by the cemetery, to make organized. Now we're making organized tours for the locals, but in the planning, in our planification, is that it could be a site to be visited by tourists. It's not very far from Piraeus, from the port of Piraeus, easily accessible.
I'm wondering what the families of the people who are buried there feel like the transition of the site from a burial place to a tourist attraction, whether they see that's a problem or whether that's a good thing. Is there any consultation with relatives?
In the tours that we make, they are most cultural tours, and in the cemetery, we approach. Our approach is not. It's not mostly the artistic part of the cemetery, but the historical. I mean, the history of the families. That is very attractive. They want to have another view for the people have another view for the cemetery. If the cemetery of Anastasis will be a green place, reevaluated by history, reevaluated by new facilities, it will be very good for the city, for the tourism, for the other municipality that is fighting that she wants the half of the cemetery. And I have to tell that this area, that it was in 19th century, was an area very far from Piraeus, not very good looking, far from the people. Now it's very expensive. The land is very expensive over there because it has view in all the sea surrounding Gulf. So
very interesting. Isn't that interesting how the reevaluation the cemetery brings the local authority understand this is a good thing to devote funds to that.
It's going to reevaluate the whole region.
It's great to hear a positive story about local authorities wanting to invest in the cemeteries for the multiple benefits they bring for local residents and also for tourism. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now we're moving on to our final speakers for today. We have a group of speakers from the Polytechnic in Milano, Massimo Ferrari, Claudia Tinazzi, and I think one or two others, actually. I might even need to make some space for you. Here we go. And Francesco Coroni, Anna Lucia Derchia, and Chiara Zanacchi. There you go. Apologies for my Italian. Thank you.
Grazie. Grazie, buongiorno. Grazie di questa occasione. Il nostro intervento, appunto, è un intervento collettivo proprio perché l'occasione di partecipare a questa importante rete, contribuendo dal nostro punto di vista, appunto lavoriamo al Politecnico di Milano, siamo architetti, docenti di progettazione architettonica e abbiamo accolto la sfida di questo importante momento proprio partendo dal tema che ci è stato proposto, ovvero il Cimitero del futuro, e ancora di più accogliendo la sfida di Tea e di Simona Sogliani che ci ha offerto la possibilità di provare a rendere concreta, a visualizzare ancora in una ricerca in corso un tema di cui ci stiamo occupando. Partendo ancora una volta, come siamo più abituati, come è già stato fatto stamattina, provando a precisare i termini che abbiamo provato a visualizzare come titolo del nostro intervento, immaginare il futuro, che proprio dall'etimo ci ricordano come il compito nell'immaginare il cimitero del futuro sia proprio quello di prefigurare, anche se l'etimo riporta anche il supporre, ovvero non essere sicuri di quello che potrà essere e comunque riuscire a prefigurare quello che sarà. Rispetto a questa possibilità, quindi, abbiamo cercato di capire nell'attualità del nostro lavoro, ovvero dell'architettura, gli atteggiamenti possibili rispetto a questo immaginare il futuro, e ci rendiamo conto che gli atteggiamenti possono essere, diciamo, due, e proveremo a raccontarvi quello che abbiamo deciso di intraprendere. Il primo atteggiamento, forse reso esplicito da questa bellissima opera di Giacomo Balla, un artista del futurismo, Dinamismo di un cane al guinzaglio, un atteggiamento che per il futuro immagina di partire solo dal presente, ovvero da quelle istanze che in un certo senso si sentono come più rivolte solo al futuro, e per questo forse rischiano una tabula rasa in alcuni casi, o comunque una spinta verso questo futuro sicuramente necessario. Abbiamo anche in questo provato a fare un esperimento guardando online, internet, quali sono le ricerche appunto di questo tensione al futuro, e in effetti il legame è evidente, ed è evidente su una spinta che prefigura delle immagini forse mai viste. Immagina un cimitero flottante a Hong Kong, ma più vicino a noi, a Milano, lavorando proprio sulla contemporaneità dell'immagine che l'architettura ha delle proprie città, lavora su grandi edifici che possano ospitare l'esigenza prima di tutto fisica delle sepolture. O ancora, sempre in una spinta ovviamente che viene aiutata dalla tecnologia ormai indispensabile, immagina di occupare edifici esistenti, ritagliando quindi il minimo spazio indispensabile per questi luoghi. Ma l'altra cosa che ci piaceva sottolineare proprio nel rapporto di questo immaginare il futuro è che questo futuro da prefigurare, in realtà anche qui un'esperienza non così recente. Nel 2006, proprio a Mantova, è stato immaginato un cimitero immaginato appunto dagli architetti per il 2026, a 20 anni di distanza. Sembrava impossibile capire questa prefigurazione, proprio perché in questa città che doveva nascere tra Verona e Mantova, Vema si chiamava, era una nuova città di fondazione, e l'idea era proprio di ridiscutere tutti i temi che riguardano una città, quindi tra cui anche il cimitero, e immaginarlo in un futuro che sembrava molto lontano. Questo solo per dire che i 20 anni del 2006, in cui sembrava di essere molto distanti, in realtà stanno per arrivare, in cui ancora una volta la prefigurazione era spinta verso il futuro, era spinta verso e propensa a guardare più alla città che a guardare al senso dei nostri cimiteri. Il secondo appunto atteggiamento, forse molto più vicino a quello che si raccontava oggi, cioè riuscire a partire, a guardare al futuro avendo in mente il presente ma con uno sguardo al passato, ovvero capendo l'eredità e il patrimonio di tutto quello che abbiamo alle spalle. Allora, molto velocemente, ma ne abbiamo parlato molto oggi ed è già stato raccontato, guardando al Novecento l'architettura ha due grandi esempi, due mondi di riferimento: il mondo più naturale, che appartiene a una parte dell'Europa, come abbiamo detto, settentrionale, il nord, in cui la natura è presente e è predominante, e l'architettura in qualche modo si piega a questa presenza della natura, e in cui quindi la sepoltura avviene esattamente in un luogo naturale. All'opposto, anche questo ve lo mostro velocemente, ma questa mattina è già stato presentato, all'opposto in Italia, nel Novecento, ma non solo in Italia, continuando l'eredità di questi cimiteri monumentali, abbiamo continuato a immaginare i nostri cimiteri come parti di città, in cui quindi, al contrario della natura che vediamo al nord, la città, i luoghi della città e i cimiteri venivano costruiti proprio in similitudine. Anche nel secondo Novecento immaginare un cimitero moderno voleva dire riportare nel cimitero i luoghi della città, le strade, le piazze. Ma in realtà in questa ricerca appunto ci siamo resi conto di una terza possibilità, ovvero di una possibilità intermedia, attraverso la conoscenza di questo piccolo cimitero, poco conosciuto, un cimitero vicino a Longarone, noto ai noi per il disastro appunto del crollo della diga del Vajont 60 anni fa, quest'anno, in cui proprio di fronte a questo disastro è stato immaginato un nuovo cimitero che, guarda caso, unisce questa doppia natura, unisce natura e architettura e città in un unico luogo, immaginando di far dialogare questi doppi aspetti. Allora questo atteggiamento di unire questi due grandi risorse che sono l'architettura e la natura, sicuramente ci sembra un punto da cui, immaginando il futuro, si possa immaginare come dire, nuovi luoghi, ma soprattutto si possa immaginare di partire da quello che abbiamo, ovvero i cimiteri di cui tanto abbiamo parlato e che diventano chiaramente un grande patrimonio per noi.
Abbiamo quindi pensato di come potevamo intervenire sul cimitero di Mantova. Abbiamo detto un cimitero monumentale, e questa idea che si debba immaginare in qualche modo, noi lavoriamo di un'idealità grande, forse sperando che questa direzione poi riesca a trovare delle fattive soluzioni. Quindi l'idea di rompere il recinto, di far tornare a parlare della città all'interno anche del cimitero, cioè costruirlo come parte della città. Abbiamo appena visto il cimitero del Pireo, che è veramente centrale alla città, quindi, come dire, perché non deve essere possibile immaginarlo come una naturale piazza, o in questo caso un naturale giardino urbano. E allora abbiamo immaginato abbiamo guardato che cosa c'era di fronte. Queste immagini sono di fronte al cimitero di Mantova. Allora, è quasi, come dire, semplice pensare a dei collegamenti, pensare che si debba da Mantova, si possa arrivare molto più velocemente al cimitero e lo si possa collegare col lago Superiore, per esempio, attraverso degli assi, un'infrastrutturazione, la possibilità di costruire dei collegamenti e di togliere questo isolamento che il cimitero ha proprio in questa epoca in cui la sicurezza e i sistemi di sicurezza e di controllo e questo nuovo immaginario che non ha più necessità di una salubrità fuori dalle mura urbane, ma che può diventare un luogo della città, ci ha fatto pensare. Allora ci siamo concentrati su una zona centrale e abbiamo immaginato questa cosa che diceva Claudia Tinazzi, una specie di giardino costruito, una specie di luogo che, come dire, superi l'idea della casa, della tomba di famiglia, e diventi un giardino di famiglia, uno spazio che assuma il giardino come luogo di sepoltura. E abbiamo pensato di utilizzare nell'esempio queste due aree da parte al monumento e di legarlo prima di tutto alle altre parti del parco, quindi a infrastrutturare questo sistema, a legarlo come sono sempre riferimenti antichi quelli che ci danno una mano a guidare, proprio perché secondo noi il rito della morte in questo caso si incarna in questo luogo. Oppure guardate questo esempio abbastanza interessante, se lo immaginate, questa è una piazza, è Plaza Mayor a Madrid, abbiamo appena visto, l'ho detto, il cimitero del Pireo, è esattamente la stessa situazione dal punto di vista morfologico urbano, è un grande vuoto all'interno di una parte costruita. Allora questo ci dà una mano proprio a immaginare che questo vuoto possa essere riutilizzato, e il ruolo della natura secondo noi deve essere importante, l'abbiamo detto, e abbiamo cercato di costruire due luoghi sopraelevati che raggiungano, in cui questo giardino si alza e raggiunge la quota della parte sommitale del monumento, una specie di grande basamento verde delimitato da questi muri che lo contengono e che diventa il luogo dove queste sepolture, questi luoghi vengono posti. Una strada ortogonale lo attraversa, costruendo anche il luogo centrale di questo spazio. Una specie di luogo abitato poi da tanti piccoli spazi che sono queste simulazioni di case e di abitazioni, di tombe, il tumulo di Los di cui abbiamo parlato stamattina, ma un luogo verde, un luogo che è un grande giardino, è una specie di grande cinerario in cui il giardino accoglie questi diversi modi di deporre, di riporre le proprie urne. Quindi un parco destinato a tutti, un parco nel quale il ruolo dell'arte diventa importante, un parco in cui in diversi sistemi e con diverse modalità può diventare un grande cinerario, un grande giardino. Il ruolo dell'arte è importantissimo, è raccolto da questo luogo centrale e diventa, come dire, una specie di parco urbano, un grande luogo dove chiunque cittadino si può trovare un momento di conforto.
Come ha anticipato Massimo Ferrari, questa città parco si è abitata molto velocemente e gli elementi che abbiamo cercato di definire cercano di rispondere alle questioni che ci sono state poste, come quello che abbiamo sentito più volte stamattina, l'aumento delle cremazioni, perciò la necessità di spazi che nei nostri cimiteri, a Mantova ma anche in provincia, non esistono, non sono pensati. E parte proprio da questa considerazione tutto il nostro ridefinire il modo di esporre e di vivere la presenza del defunto. Il primo elemento, che è quello che avete anche appena visto, è una sorta di rispettivo dei loculi che siamo abituati a vedere a muro, in cui viene esposto la realtà, cioè l'urna, in questo caso in cui sono esposte le ceneri. Abbiamo, come anticipato, ripreso forme e tradizioni primitive, semplici, che vanno a costituire poi quello che è l'asse principale della percorrenza, possiamo dire, urbana di questo luogo. Man mano che ci si avvicina si inizia a percepire quella che è la cappella centrale seminterrata del luogo, in cui anche qui sono esposte le urne. Dalle nostre discussioni si pensava anche come questa serialità, questa diciamo quasi monotonia nell'esporre le urne possa essere rotta in futuro con l'ausilio della tecnologia per raccontare storie, non soltanto nomi e date di morte e di nascita delle persone che sono qui poste. E possiamo vedere che questa prima esperienza di questo primo elemento è molto collettiva, è molto pubblica, ma non è l'unica opzione che abbiamo trovato. Infatti il giardino, come abbiamo definito città parco, è fatto di aree, il pezzo che una volta veniva affittato per costruire la cappella di famiglia diventa un giardino. Perché giardino? Perché è il modo migliore per rendere uno spazio privato, chiuso, pubblico. Perciò uno spazio che ogni famiglia gestisce liberamente, ma a cui tutta la popolazione ha accesso. E dunque abbiamo declinato, in questo caso il cinerario che prima abbiamo visto muro, in una sua evoluzione più privata, appunto con questo sistema che è già stato proposto sotto forma monumentale nel cimitero monumentale di Milano. Il secondo elemento invece è la più tradizionale tomba a terra e come vedete l'elemento unificatore di queste diverse proposte è la panca, la seduta, uno spazio dove stare, cioè un cimitero non dove andare a trovare il carro e poi andare via, ma un luogo dove stare, il luogo pubblico dove sedersi. E la declinazione di quella che potremmo dire più tradizionale cappella di famiglia diventa in questo caso la forma primitiva della casa, la casa che viene interrata, perciò questo profondo rapporto col terreno, e anche in questo caso vediamo in due varianti, una dedicata interamente alle urne e un'altra dedicata parte alle urne e parte alle tumulazioni a terra. Abbiamo ideato questi spazi che possono sembrare molto pieni in realtà per quello che sono le cappelle normali, possono ospitare molte persone, perché abbiamo cercato di dare una risposta anche a quella che è la nuova richiesta sociale e culturale, che è quella non più di spazi solo familiari, ma spazi che riescano a tenere insieme gruppi più eterogenei, che non si chiudano alle consanguinità, ma si aprano all'esperienza di vita, che non sia soltanto un rapporto di cognome. Naturalmente non possiamo non tenere in considerazione, come abbiamo già visto più volte oggi, il ruolo dell'arte, soprattutto nel cimitero monumentale di Mantova. Infatti la seduta che abbiamo deciso caratterizzare tutti i nostri elementi, diventa anche uno spazio espositivo per le opere d'arte, come vediamo in questo caso. E con questo vi ringrazio.
Thank you very much. It's really interesting to see some archetypal forms there from the past reinterpreted and integrated into modern designs. Has anyone had any questions about that? A really concrete form of the cemetery, or not concrete, stone perhaps, I don't know, of the cemetery of the future? Just we'll have the microphone, just one moment.
I'd like to thank you for your presentation, and because of this I just have one question which is maybe totally different of what we have been talking, but sustainability is one of the themes, isn't it? Has anyone had some thoughts on how to implement circular economy into the cemeteries, into the tombstones and everything? You come from a polytechnical architecture or something similar. Have you heard anything in Europe, anywhere?
Good question, though, isn't it, about the circular economy and tombstones? And that's why I was tripping over the word concrete when I said that, because concrete's one of the boo things to build in. Valerie?
Yeah, concrete. Well, I'm a member of steering committee, and I'm also an architect, and I've switched to straw bale building 4 years ago. And concerning this circular recycling thoughts, this is right now, this is on the go. The Swiss are very eager on this. And concerning straw bale building, this is completely on the competition area. This is not the field of realization. This is really a competition. So these are ideas. And I made a proposal for a competition in Luxembourg 2 years ago, and I think it was sorted out in first round. It's really, it's a lot of talking about, but it is not action that really takes place. Unfortunately, not yet.
Great, thank you. Any further questions? No, thank you very much. So that concludes the presentations for today. Just before I invite our president up to say a couple of closing words, I have an important announcement for you tomorrow, that the meeting point for the monumental cemetery visit is at the cemetery entrance at 10 o'clock. So you get plenty of time for breakfast and to recover from the gala dinner this evening. Lydia, thank you.
Much. So what an amazing conference. But you know, before I say goodbye and thank you to all of you, each of the speakers got a big applause. I think that our moderators deserve also a big applause, Andrea and Tian. So, thank you. Thank you once again, both of you and all the speakers and the organizers. And so, what to say at the end? On behalf of members of steering committee, on behalf of the members of the Association of Significant Cemeteries, we really would like to thank you and express our gratitude to the team who organized this conference. We would like to thank to MANTOVA, municipality, TEA, SPA company, the team, communication team, and of course, all the speakers, all the you who participated this conference. I was thinking maybe just to say a few words. Let's go according to our mission. Our mission of ACE is to present preserve and to present cultural heritage in our European cemeteries. And if we do so, and we present ourselves this way, I'm quite sure, and with all our projects, I'm quite sure that no longer people will think about us as special people, or some of you have this experience. Fortunately, I do not have this experience. People do not consider me weird working in cemetery. They not consider me weird being a president of this organization. So maybe because I emphasize every time I have a chance how really important are the cemeteries for the future, how important it is to preserve and present cultural heritage resting in our cemeteries. So I would like to thank MANTOVA, all of you, once again. And among us, it's our member from Innsbruck who always writes some poems. And what could be nicer than complete this conference with a poem about MANTOVA. So thank you very much.
Mantova. Sono stato a Mantova. Che bella città. Io amo Mantova. Grazie.
Ringrazio anch'io tutti a nome dell'amministrazione e del gruppo TEA. È stato un bellissimo evento, ringrazio la Presidente Lidia, la Vicepresidentessa Melissa con cui ho avuto una bella collaborazione, grazie per tutto, e anche agli ospiti la collaborazione col Politecnico di Milano, bellissimo progetto, speriamo che possa avere un futuro. Grazie anche ai relatori Utilitalia Sefit e a tutti i relatori che avete potuto partecipare e vivere la nostra città. Grazie ancora, buona serata a tutti e vi aspetto domani al cimitero per la visita guidata alle ore 10. Grazie.
Just for the steering committee members, I feel the need for a photograph. So if all the steering committee members could come here, we'll assemble. Thank you. The rest of you, see you tonight.